whose fingerprint is on the code, whose breath inside the mold. $1 billion prayer answered in a petri dish. Tell me, is that heaven, or just a hostage with a halo?
Blueprints signed by ghosts in suits, white coats, offshore loot, Epstein Island, Santa Fe, secret pay, recruit the youth. Game decoded mantra, chant a conscious evolution. MetaMask for technocrats who harvest data like communion. Noosphere surveillance, tell our dreams and server racks. Pearson Thiel bankroll a stack, AI gods on proxy tracks. They weaponize redemption, edit sins with CRISPR pens. Code of spirit, keep the shell, rewrite the meek to fit their ends.
Ghost in the genome, code on the throne. Who wants tomorrow when the seed's not our own? Pray in the data, kneel to the screen. Is freedom a prayer or a scripted routine? Ghost in the genome, code on the throne. Who wants tomorrow when the seed's not our own? Pray in the data, kneel to the screen. Is freedom a prayer or a scripted
routine? Talk prophets I love, but silence the devils they serve. Swapping our doubt for dopamine, selling the sky on reserve. Anti-rivalrous sermons mask the prophet in the plot, while drones carve halos in the air for those they chose to swap. Bypass pipelines, prime belief, influencers echo the creed. ID weave spinning the feed, complexity cloaks the greed. Edge foundation, last questions, answer the hidden labs. Paradise lost in an NFT, traded for server slabs. Upload the conscience, auction the flesh, legislate death through a silicone mesh. Run that test, bet your breath. Who's your God when the code out lives your chest? Oh!
Ghost in the genome, code on the throne. Who owns tomorrow when the seed's not our own? Pray in the data, kneel to the screen. Is freedom a prayer or a scripted routine? Ghost in the genome, code on the throne. Who owns tomorrow when the seed's not our own? Pray in the data, kneel to the screen. Is freedom a prayer or a scripted routine?
If the future's a marketplace and the soul's on clearance, remember, a bargain with a ghost still costs you your breath.
It's all binding, buddy, sign after sign. The devil's got a lawyer and he's working for free. You'll rent your own shadow for a monthly fee. Ain't no pen, ain't no face, just a phantom contract in a database. Agree, agree, that's the key. You don't own nothing but the lock and the fee. Sign with a finger, blood on the screen. Terms and conditions in a corporate dream. They'll leash you the sunlight, the shoes on your feet. They'll auction your laughter down on Market Street. A box unchecked is a door that won't open. The future's foreclosed and the contract's been spoken. Click wrap chains, man, they never break. Even God signed once by mistake. Agree, agree, that's the key. You don't own nothing but the lock and the fee. Sign with a finger, blood on the screen. Terms and conditions in a corporate dream. Step right up, don't be shy. Scroll down the page, let your freedom die. No exit door, no midnight train. Just a click here, tattoo carved into your brain. Agree, agree, possessions and a corporate dream. You're mine now.
I woke up to silence, but the war had begun. They froze my account, said I'd done something wrong. Wasn't no crime, just living free. Now the system got a chain on me.
They took my savings, my future, my land, with a single code line and a government hand. Said it was safety, said it was green, but all I see is tyranny behind the screen. This ain't innovation, it's a trap in disguise. You'll own nothing, be watched all your life. Genius ain't freedom, reality ain't clear. It's a cage they built while we cheer. I believed in the promise, the man with a plan, but the same old swamp just changed its brand. He banned the front door, opened the back, signed the bills that launched the final attack. This ain't innovation, it's a trap in disguise. You'll own nothing, be watched all your life. Genius ain't freedom, quality ain't clear. It's a cage they built while we cheer. Your gold, your guns, your voice, your name, they'll digitize it all, then shift the blame. Palantirizing AI chains, freedom dying slow in patriotic flames. This ain't about safety, it's control in disguise. With your ID, your face, your tears, your time, they wrapped it in stars, sold it with pride. But freedom's bleeding out from the inside. DEFCON 1, and they call it peace, but I still got breath, I still believe.
don't bow, we don't break, we don't give what they can take. We don't bow, we don't break, we don't give what they can take.
Roger stood with fire in his hand. We went built a haven on free land.
Roman wrote the code they fear the most. Now they're ghosts in the machine they boast.
They dress it up as law and order, but it chains across the border. Can't hide the truth in paper lies.
Freedom's got a billion eyes. We don't bow, we don't break, we don't give what they can take. Write our names in fire and gold. We won't do what we are told. We don't bow, we don't break. Yeah, yo, EO 14067, a law that kills the hope we're given. But paper crowns will wash away when the people rise one day.
Roger in Roman's name. We'll sing 'em loud, we'll light that flame.
Every cage they try to build, ooh, will break when voices won't be still. Roger, we will stand for you. Yeah, we will fight it through. Roman, your code will run. Freedom's rise has just begun. We don't bow, we don't bow, we don't break, we don't break, we don't give what they can take. We don't bow, we don't break, we don't give what they can take. Write our names in fire and gold. We won't do what we are told. We don't bow, we don't break, we don't give what they can take.
Raised by red stars, fed the light. Now he crowns kings to watch us die. Diplomat blood, betrayal seed, turning power into creed. From cradle fire to gilded cage, his pen rewrites the people's page. But freedom doesn't fade that fast. We're the future he can't outlast.
Rebuilds a throne on
cathedral to dominate. But truth is more than crowns and kings. We are the choir that freedom sings. Break the chains. Retire the people, erase the vote. This is the system he wants to gloat, but we won't kneel to monarch schemes. Agency burns back in our screams. He builds a throne on broken souls, turns our lives into lines of code. But we are not machines to reign. We rise to fight, break the chains, break the chains, break the chains. Not a king, not a god, not the end of days. We will shatter the mirror he raised. First principles, human reign. We hold the line, we break the chains. Break the chains.
Welcome back to the Aaron Day Show, Season 2, Episode 29. Welcome back, or if you're a new listener, welcome. I will say this, I have a favor to ask. If you would please like and share this. My traffic has been essentially completely throttled. So we have 155 people right now, and I've been promoting this through a bunch of different channels. But if you look at even my X feed, I mean, I'm posting things that are getting I have 47,000 followers or whatever it is. I'm posting things that are getting, less than 100 views. And I've had posts that are getting no likes or very few likes. And this is not normal. This isn't the typical situation that happens. I mean, I've had posts that have gotten 1.5 million views. So clearly this topic is being heavily shadow banned. And as I said last week, or on Monday, I should say, I'm expecting this, which is why I'm putting all of my effort into building right now 5 different websites, but one is dedicated just for the AaronDayShow.com so that I can actually host the podcast there. It has its own commenting system. It will be censorship resistant because, as I had mentioned previously, when COVID hit in March of 2020, I started doing daily podcasts, and the whole purpose of the podcast was to teach people how to move to decentralized alternatives for, instead of using SMS, use Signal. Instead of using YouTube, use Odyssey/library instead of. And so for every major communication channel, I proposed a different alternative, and it took all but a week for the traffic to be throttled at 50 views. And it was being shared out on sites that I controlled that had more than 50,000 followers. In fact, I think it was closer to 100,000 followers. And so I've seen this before, and I think we're in the midst of this right now, which is why I'm even bringing up these topics and going hard as I am on this whole technocracy issue, because it is directly related to free speech. And the thing about it is, because it's controlled by technocrats and corporations who many people think are white hats, they can tweak the algorithm. So, you can be suppressed if you're talking about technocracy, if you're talking about the Federal Reserve, but it doesn't actually affect most people. And in fact, as you can see, they are heavily promoting rage bait, which has actually made, in my opinion, social media almost unwatchable since Charlie Kirk was assassinated, because it is very clearly being designed to keep us divided. So with that said, anybody, if you're willing to like and share, I would greatly appreciate it, because I think at this point, I'm already planning to build my own, not content network, but build my own ability to communicate. So we have an exciting topic tonight, which is a continuation of the talk on Monday. And on Monday, the theme was, and I encourage everybody to go back and watch that, it was current events through a technocracy lens. And as I was just discussing, I mean, we're seeing all of this constant rage bait. I mean, you're even seeing Elon Musk. It's very clear that there's an attempt to keep us divided, and people are moving towards, well, this is the turning point. And kind of, you hear a lot of this, you know, us versus them. This is going to be, you know, a civil war in one form or another, you know, anti-free speech laws, the whole 9 yards. And I kind of laid out on Monday some interesting facts about J.D. Vance, who hosted Charlie Kirk's show. And I outlined essentially how he's a construction by Peter Thiel to push Peter Thiel's agenda. And Peter Thiel's agenda is ultimately technocracy, but with a strong influence by the subject of tonight's talk, a man by the name of Curtis Yarvin. And so the thing about this content, and I'm going to be doing some more of it. I mean, I'm going to balance it back and forth between, you know, again, exposing technocracy, but then at the same time, empowering people to take back their free will and build decentralized solutions. But I know this topic is going to be tough because there are so many people, even people in my social network, that bought or still bought the Elon Musk white knight strategy. There's so many libertarians that buy that Peter Thiel is actually a libertarian, which he hasn't been. And if anybody, I mean, I've talked to him and I've worked with people. I run libertarian organizations that have interacted with him, and he hasn't been a libertarian, but he's put on this front. And so a lot of people just give him a complete and total pass. And now this is becoming very problematic because this topic it's somewhat nuanced to explain it. And to a certain degree, these technocrats are calling out a legitimate problem. As I've been saying, America 1.0 is over. But what I've been suggesting is that we should go back to discussing what we should do about it from first principles. Their approach is we should install a dictator to fix things and then basically transition that into a technocracy. And that is a pretty substantial difference in worldview. And a lot of people look at it and they hear well, having a monarch maybe isn't such a bad deal. You know, how else are we going to clean up the deep state? How else are we going to clean up the administrative state? However, it's really problematic when you understand why they're doing it. And this is why a lot of people are getting rugged. This is why we have a Maha movement that's supposed to be about medical freedom. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it's turning into AI with Peter Thiel's, handpicked Peter Thiel guy in is now the interim director of the CDC, which nobody expected and nobody was talking about pre the election. And this is all by design, which I'm going to be laying out in various forms throughout these episodes. So I do want to point out, and we'll show you, I encourage you to take a look at the AaronDayShow.com. I'm going to pull it up right now. This is this is where I'm going to be. I have already put all of the content that I have, not only for my own episodes, which you can scroll through here and you can actually see every episode. It's sliced and diced by tags. You can search the episodes. You can search the transcripts. So this is kind of a one-stop shop place. But you can also add comments as well. So you can register for free for an account and you can actually comment. And so this is a way for us to continue the conversation outside of any social media platform. I'm also adding all of my other interviews on other sites. I am adding my speaking engagements and everything else through this site. Now, I actually have multiple sites. There's Daylight Freedom. There's this site. There are 5 sites in total, which I'll get to. But this one is where you can absolutely go to find all of the content. And then when the show is being live streamed, when you go to the page, then you'll actually see the live thing flashing. And you will note here, okay, if somebody actually has a registered account and said, where can I get the album? These songs are great. So we've got our own chat system, which I'm going to be evolving this significantly. And the answer as to where you can get the album is I create these. I try to create a new song for every episode. Sometimes I don't have time. It depends on, and it also depends on whether I'm creating the content or whether I'm interviewing somebody. I mean, if I'm interviewing somebody, then I actually don't know what the content is going to be. But for instance, for today, I did know what the content was. So I created a song based on that. And so I will add a music tag here where you can listen to the songs, download the songs, do whatever you want with the songs. And so but I enjoy it, and I've spent a lot of time on it. Originally started doing this to raise awareness about Roger Vere's situation. So started playing with it, doing that. And then actually after a while, it's gotten so, the technology itself behind it, I use something called Suno, S-U-N-O. The technology's gotten so incredible with these newer versions. And I mean, I think we're probably one version away from AI music being completely indistinguishable. I mean, it's close now, but I think by the next pass, it's going to be indistinguishable. And I think it's a great way to convey some of this information. Some of this, I will say, I mean, as dorky as it may sound, I actually listen to some of this music when I go for a walk or whatever. I mean, I can actually see a future where people are actually starting to listen to their own music, which is kind of either an interesting thing or not, depending upon your worldview. So in any event, I highly encourage you to go to theaarondayshow.com, set up a free account, and I will be pushing more and more here. I will be pushing more features here. At some point, I'll be integrating Zano and probably rewards and other various things. That's a ways down the line, but I think it's critical that we start moving to this. And that is another good thing about AI is it's, I'm a pretty mediocre coder, but I've been able to, now it's just, I've completely leveled up. I mean, I've run technology companies and I've hired a bunch of programmers. I used to do programming for my first company. And then now it's actually easier to code myself using AI than it is to hire someone. It's actually pretty phenomenal. I've been baffled by some of the stuff that I've been able to do with it that I would not have expected I would have been able to do. So with that said, the prior episode, 2 episodes ago, was why voting doesn't matter in 2025. And my wife was a special guest on that. We're going to be redoing that episode. In fact, I don't even recommend you listen to it because we had all kinds of technical issues. We were traveling and we were actually had to run it off of my cell phone. And so it was just a complete disaster from a technical perspective. But the content is really important because between my wife and I, we have 40 years of experience in politics and activism at all levels, from local all the way up to, I mean, I ran for president, but we've also run super PACs, a variety of organizations. We're here in New Hampshire, which is arguably the most pro-liberty place. And I have a lot of information to share about how politics actually works because I see new people. And frankly, I see this with the Maha movement. I see people that have an idealized Mr. Smith goes to Washington view of how politics works, and then they get in, and then it turns out it has nothing to do with how politics actually works. So with that said, I'm going to I will say this: the only event that I have coming up is the Brownstone Institute annual conference and gala. It's in Salt Lake City, October the 31st through November the 1st. These are great events. Actually, all Brownstone events are great events. I'm not even sure if there are any tickets left, but I do encourage you to check it out. And if you are interested, get your ticket now because it absolutely will be sold out. And actually, I kind of have my own internal goal of having all these 5 websites launched. I view this October 31st, November 1st as kind of the next leveling up of everything that we're doing here at Daylight Freedom, with an emphasis on creating tools and empowering other people, because we need to create a movement to essentially protect free will and to halt the progression of technocracy. And so I want to use tools and techniques and bring in other people to scale this up. I mean, I've spent a lot of the last couple of years working myself, or my wife and I have been doing a lot, just educating people on the CBDC issue, but we need to move well beyond that. We are fighting against people that own the new media platforms. And so anyway, that's just kind of an internal goal and milestone to look out for. So before we get into the talk about Curtis Yarvin, today, I want to talk about some news stories that have just hit in the last 48 hours that are related to the CBDC concept. I don't know if you saw this, but Vietnam has announced they're going to close 86 million inactive bank accounts by September. And these are all tied to, I mean, if you're not basically connected to a digital ID, then you will lose access to banking service. So this is essentially what's going on here. So, this is actually not just confined to Vietnam. We also have today that the Bank of Thailand has frozen 3 million accounts. And we have a similar situation with Thailand. In fact, Thailand a while back pushed new requirements. All mobile SIM cards must be linked to biometric data. So there's a big push for digital ID. And there's similar systems, obviously, in India, China, Nigeria, and other places. The EU is moving very quickly towards a CBDC. And so there's a lot going on the CBDC and digital ID front globally. And in some cases, others are starting to rebrand their CBDC as stablecoin, which, as I've stated on many episodes, is a backdoor CBDC. So it is not a defeat of CBDCs that governments are now coming in and regulating stablecoins. What it means is they're going to get to programmable, trackable, censorable digital money faster. And now there's kind of an arms race on this. And so I thought this news related to these 86 million accounts in Vietnam and 3 million accounts in Thailand was important to point out, because people are moving towards this very, very aggressively. Actually, I saw somebody at a conference last week who said he spends some of his time and lives in Thailand part of the time. And he said that people are just blindly accepting this. He says there's not a lot of opposition to this in Thailand. He said they're actually pretty pro these things. And so I think that people are not having a very solid understanding of what the implications of all of this are. So stay vigilant on that. If you're new to the show, the whole purpose of everything that we're doing here is to engage in what I think is the big war of our time, which is not red versus blue, United States versus China, or any of that. It's about technocracy versus freedom. Technocracy being a kind of a governance model or worldview where there are no property rights, no individual rights. It's elites picking scientists and engineers to make decisions for us. And think about it as a digital currency backed by energy credits with a social credit system where you really don't have any choice in any aspect of your life, because it's being driven by these social credit systems that are monitored by AI. We're moving there very aggressively. I actually believe that tokenization is the primary battleground. Stablecoins, CBDCs, are tokenized money, digital tokens that represent money that can be centrally controlled and programmed. But it doesn't stop at just money. There is currently underway a big initiative to tokenize all of our assets. And the big next step is stocks, bonds, and commodities, which are actually much larger in global economic value than even money itself. And so there's something called the Clarity Act that's already passed, one branch of Congress, and I'm sure will pass this year. Larry Fink has already talked about how excited he is about it. It's a lock. There's literally no opposition to it. In fact, I'm one of the only people that's even talking about it. I go to conferences and I usually ask people questions about kind of, hey, what do you know about this? And usually the conferences I'm at, people are at least 2 or 3 levels ahead of kind of where normies are, and no one has heard of the Clarity Act. And so what it means is your stocks and bonds are going to be as programmable and censorable as your stablecoins or CBDCs. And when you take that in conjunction with the fact that we've given away most of our rights, even to our financial instruments through click-wrap agreements, this is how we're going to end up owning nothing. The combination of giving away our legal rights, and then on top of that, taking those legal rights and putting them in the form of a digital token that can be taken away very quickly by central authorities, that's how we get to technocracy. And it's all happening so very fast, faster than anyone predicted, faster than anyone worried about if, say, Harris had won, faster even than what people feared under Klaus Schwab's WEF. And not only is it happening fast, it's happening without people either knowing about it or in some cases actually cheering it on because they've bought propaganda. So this is what this is all about. Our three areas that we're focusing on through Daylight Freedom are waking people up to technocracy, helping people reclaim their free will, which is critical. Without reclaiming your free will and taking control of your own life, none of this matters. And then lastly, building decentralized private solutions completely outside of the existing system. We are not going to win within the existing system. We're not going to win. These elections are rigged. Again, we'll do another episode on that. And I'll show you what it would take to actually win an election. I'll show you the amount of money from the ground up, from 40 years of experience in it. And it's not being blackpilled. It's saying there are things that we can do. We can exit, we can build, but put every minute of energy that we put inside the system is wasted energy and that we'll never get back. So tonight, last episode, we pulled back the curtain on something many had never heard before, which is how J.D. Vance was architected essentially piece by piece, dollar by dollar, from a nobody Yale law student to the vice president of the United States. He wasn't elected. He was constructed by Peter Thiel, kind of like a political Frankenstein with venture capital instead of lightning. And I saw your reactions or some of the comments, but then I also got a lot of comments after the fact. And I gave talks about this last week. I saw people's jaws drop because a lot of people have built these people up to be heroes. So a lot of people have been saying this can't be real. You're making this up. There's no way they're that brazen. But while people are still processing the idea that Vance is a puppet or debating whether Charlie Kirk's assassination was Iran or Israel or whoever, the technocrats have already moved 3 steps ahead. They're not hiding anymore. They're not even pretending. 2 weeks ago, there was a public debate at Harvard. What was the topic? Should America be ruled by a CEO dictator? Not could, not what if, should America be ruled by a dictator? And the man arguing yes, this man saying America needs a dictator is the same man who coached Peter Thiel, the same man who scripted J.D. Vance's entire political philosophy, the same man whose ideas are being implemented or attempted to be implemented, or at least gave the appearance of being implemented through DOGE, through Schedule F, through the systematic destruction of democratic institutions. His name is Curtis Yarvin. And if you've never heard of him, that's by design. And by the way, on this point, I don't disagree with some of the things that he said. And one of the most complicated parts of even having this conversation is that his background is that Yarvin comes from a libertarian position. And he's talked about Murray Rothbard, and he has support from people like Michael Malice and people like Dave Smith. So this is why this is particularly confusing, because a lot of people might hear me explaining his situation and saying that he's a force for kind of technocracy, and they're confused because they associate him with being a pro-liberty person. And that is not the case. And there's nuance to understand what's going on behind this. So we keep making the same mistake every time. We think we're fighting Democrats versus Republicans. We think we're fighting globalists versus nationalists. We think Klaus Schwab resigned, so we won. We think because the WHO treaty failed, we're safe. And we're fighting shadows while the real war happens in plain sight. The technocrats learned something important. You don't need a one world government if you can have 1,000 corporate city-states all running the same software. You don't need the UN if you have Palantir. You don't need CBDCs if you have captured stablecoins. You don't need to announce tyranny if you can implement it masked as efficiency. And this is where we are right now. Real ID is your digital ID. The Genius Act backdoored CBDCs through stablecoins. Clarity Act is tokenizing every stock, bond, and commodity you think you own. Palantir just got access to your IRS data. AI surveillance is being normalized under security, and DOGE isn't cutting government. It's replacing it with Silicon Valley loyalists. But here's what makes me really pound my desk at 2 a.m. We keep cycling through the same broken systems. Monarchy fails, so we try democracy. Democracy fails, so we try oligarchy. Oligarchy fails, and someone says, hey, let's try monarchy again. Einstein called it insanity, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. We're like prisoners who've been in jail so long, we can only imagine different colored cells. We can't even conceive of life outside the prison. For 250 years, America hasn't had a single serious discussion about first principles, not one. The founders debated them, implemented them, and then we just stopped thinking. We became NPCs running on 18th century code, wondering why the program keeps crashing. This is why I launched the Principles Project on the AaronDayShow.com website. So if you go to the AaronDayShow.com, you click on the Principles tab. The idea here is that maybe, just maybe, we're not supposed to keep cycling through monarchy, democracy, and oligarchy like some joke. Maybe we're supposed to break free from the entire paradigm, because it really does feel like Groundhog Day. And when I've watched so many of these debates, I've probably watched 47 videos with Curtis Yarvin debating and discussing his views on this. And he goes on and on about history and everything else. And I'm looking at this, and we get to the point where everybody just accepts these things. Bad times create, there's all of these different narratives about cycles and everything else. And I'm kind of like, aren't we maybe supposed to break these? Or are we just buying into the idea that, I guess this just is a cycle. So now we're going to go through collapse again and go through repeat. So in any event, we can't have that discussion unless we understand what's happening right now. Because while we're debating first principles, Curtis Yarvin and his disciples have already decided the future. They've already chosen monarchy. They've already picked the king. Hell, they've already started implementing it. So tonight I'm going to introduce you to who I think is one of the most dangerous men in America, a man whose grandfather was a card-carrying Stalinist, whose father was a State Department diplomat, and who grew up to become the intellectual architect of American monarchy. This is the man who invented the term red pill for politics. He coined the cathedral to describe the alliance between media, universities, and government. He wrote the playbook called Rage, Retire All Government Employees, that Elon Musk claimed to be trying to implement through DOGE. This is the man who watched Trump's 2016 victory from Peter Thiel's living room, who coaches billionaires on how to end democracy, who attended Trump's 2025 inauguration as a, quote, informal guest of honor. This is the man who wrote, and I quote, Americans need to get over their dictator phobia. And JD Vance, he doesn't just read Yarvin, he quotes him on podcasts by name, explaining exactly how to ignore courts, fire bureaucrats, and rule by executive fiat. When the Vice President of the United States is publicly quoting a monarchist blogger who defends slavery and jokes about turning homeless people into biodiesel, we're not in Kansas anymore. We're not even in America anymore. We're in something new, something that doesn't have a name yet. But I'll tell you what it is. It's technocracy wearing a MAGA hat. It's monarchy with memes. It's the complete inversion of everything you thought you were voting for. The Yarvin Thiel Vance nexus isn't just taking power. They're redesigning the entire concept of power. They're not trying to win the game. They're changing what game we're playing. And the sickest part, they're doing it with our money, through our systems, while we argue about pronouns and vaccines and who killed Charlie Kirk. So tonight I'm going to walk you through all of it. Who Curtis Yarvin is, what he believes, how his ideas went from an anonymous blog to the White House in less than 20 years, why Peter Thiel funds him, why Elon Musk implements him, why JD Vance quotes him, and why, if we don't understand this right now, American democracy dies not with a bang, not with a whimper, but with a startup pivot deck and a McKinsey slide about efficiency. The technocrats aren't coming, they're here. They're in the White House. They're running DOGE, or, well, I should say connecting DOGE to Palantir. They're writing policy, and their intellectual godfather is a 51-year-old computer programmer who wants to turn America into a corporation with a CEO king. Welcome to the real matrix. The red pill was poison all along, and the man who gave it to you is about to become the most powerful philosopher in American history. So let's dive in. I've got some quotes here, actually. Yarvin is a symptom of people who hate the left more than they love liberty. That's a great comment. That's accurate. Yeah, this is some scary stuff. I mean, again, a lot of people will not want to hear this. I mean, maybe this is why I don't know, maybe it's part shadow banning, but part, I think maybe this topic has touched a nerve. I'm going to play a clip that I played on Monday just to show you what's going on here. This is a clip of JD Vance hosting for, oh, I guess I didn't have that clip then either. Well, anyway, JD Vance hosted the Charlie Kirk show earlier this week. And, again, if you go back to that episode, you will find his entire personality has been scripted. The book, his Hillbilly Elegy book, he didn't even write. It was written by Rebecca Mercer, who was one of the people behind the Breitbart group. This is completely fabricated. His job history, when you actually dig into it and you see the people that he supposedly worked for, he got a job as an operations guy for a biotech company recommended by Peter Thiel, and the CEO basically said he didn't even work there. He was too busy on a book tour. When you actually track what he's done almost nothing with his life, but he's been put into positions where he's been acquiring new networks of people and new networks of power to get into the position that he's in today. So I'm going to start by talking about his roots, where Curtis Yarvin comes from. And again, this doesn't necessarily mean anything. We all come from some background, and so it doesn't necessarily mean all bad things. But he has particularly communist roots, and this is kind of the paradoxical part about his background. So imagine being raised by Stalinist grandparents who believed in total equality, only to become the architect of an American monarchy. This is essentially his origin story. Both of his paternal grandparents were Communist Party USA members. They were true believers in Soviet-style communism. They fought for a workers' revolution in America. They believed capitalism was humanity's greatest evil. Their grandson now advocates for CEO kings. Kind of an interesting ideological betrayal. His father, Herbert Yarvin, worked for the U.S. government throughout the Cold War, fighting communism abroad while parents were communists. It was a living contradiction in the household. And these diplomatic postings shaped Curtis's worldview. He saw democracy promotion as an imperial project, and his father's work became his target of destruction. So this is kind of what's going on in his mind as he's growing up. I mean, you're looking at a total rejection of his grandparents' egalitarianism. He embraces the hierarchy they fought against, sees democracy as communism in disguise. Says all modern states are communist. Reaction formation on civilization scale, the pendulum swings to opposite extremes. Now, again, I'm not actually going to defend democracy. And one thing that I will say is I do agree with his diagnosis of a lot of problems. It's actually, there are areas where there's commonality here. It's his solution that I have a bigger issue with. So this ideological whiplash set the stage for his childhood, which was really built on isolation and intellectual acceleration that would ultimately turn him into Silicon Valley's most dangerous philosopher. So in essence, growing up, he went from kind of a diplomatic brat to an isolated prodigy. He lived in Cyprus, Portugal, the Dominican Republic. Young Curtis Yarvin lived everywhere and belonged nowhere. He was homeschooled, but he was friendless. And this is documented. And he was 3 grades ahead. So he learned to see humanity from the outside looking in. So he really didn't have any strong personal connections. Obviously, he had turmoil with his family, big ideological differences, moved all of the time. And then, if you're 3 years younger, and he was also short and a whole variety of other things that kind of played into his personality and some of his, I guess, views on humanity. So constantly moved. and again, was always the outsider, the observer. Experienced a different culture every few years, no stable community or identity at all, which is certainly a fertile breeding ground for complete detachment. He did skip 3 grades. He started college at age 15. And it was said he was always the youngest, smallest, and weakest kind of in his class. So he was intellectually superior, but socially inferior. And so he compensated with a huge amount of intellectual arrogance. So the pattern here is rejection leads to a superiority complex. He was homeschooled, and I'm not against homeschooling, but just by way of background, his mother was from his mother from Westchester educated him. No normal peer socialization at all, and basically buried himself in books. Books became his companions, and he certainly valued abstract systems over human connection. So, and developed during this time period a very mechanistic view of society and viewed people as problems to be solved. And so, you know, a lot, some of this came from, you know, his ex-fiance's psychological assessment, where basically she said he reframed personal rejection as ideological, made rejection into a philosophy. If they won't accept me, I'll design a system without them. And I will say something about this. When you look at these people as individuals, and I'm going to be going through all of them, Peter Thiel, J.D. Vance, Elon Musk, these are not philosopher kings. These are often people that have some pretty profound emotional and psychological issues. And we all have issues to one degree or another, but when what you're pushing is a form of governance that essentially puts everything on a philosopher king, and the people that are all promoting this are all people that, you know, haven't necessarily done their own internal reflection, this is a real problematic point. So his childhood trauma becomes political program, and the personal becomes civilizational. So this isolated prodigy would enter Brown at 15, where his social awkwardness would crystallize into a worldview that rejects democracy itself. So they called him Helmet Head at Berkeley. He actually switched. He left Brown and went to Berkeley. And they called him Helmet Head because he wore a bicycle helmet in class. His peers joked it prevented new ideas from penetrating. They had no idea that he was incubating his most radical ideas in Silicon Valley. So, key points about the Brown legacy: his parents met there. So it was kind of a family tradition. So he actually grew up in a privileged household, which is kind of interesting given that his parents and grandparents were communists. But actually they did somehow manage to have wealth, and he managed to be he managed to have parents that went to Brown. So he was a legacy at Brown. And he dropped out of Berkeley with a buyout. And so essentially the dot-com crash gave him some freedom. So he'd started a company, I guess, and then and cashed out a little bit, not in a huge way, but he had no need to conform anymore. And that money further kind of emboldened his intellectual rebellion. So the psychological profile at this point is he's brilliant, but unable to collaborate, sees systems, not people, sees very much an engineering approach to society, sees humans as inefficient programs, sees democracy as bad code, and sees monarchy as an elegant solution. So with dot-com money in his pocket and rejection in his heart, he would begin building an alternative internet and an alternative political philosophy. So in 2002, he started to create something called Urbit. And so while Facebook built social networks, Yarvin built Urbit, a completely new internet designed to escape democratic control. 20 years and millions of Thiel dollars later, it only has a few thousand users, but that was never the real point. So again, it started in 2002, complete completely trying to re-envision computing. I think it had a new functional programming language from scratch. It's supposed to be a decentralized, uncensorable platform, which again, I don't take any issue with that concept. Digital feudalism built into the architecture. So each server is essentially a digital fiefdom. It's an exit from democratic internet. They received $1.1 million from the Founders Fund, which is Peter Thiel. Andreessen Horowitz joined as an investor. It was not about profit. It was about a proof of concept. It was demonstrating that alternative governance was possible, building tools for a post-democratic future. Infrastructure for the coming monarchy. Courtney talks about that a lot. I mean, this idea that essentially we're decentralizing, but with the intent of then further re-centralizing, which I think is a common theme with this. I would prefer to decentralize in a way that's private and not re-centralize, but this is not the motivation here. This is very much technocratic in nature. So there was the 2024 crisis. So he returns as a wartime CEO. Something happened internally within Urbit. I even remember Urbit in 2021. I know there are a lot of people in the Ravencoin community and others that were excited by this. So the board fired their executive director. Staff resigned in protest. Only a few thousand active users. It was a technological failure, but it was an ideological success. Proved you could build outside the system. So again, the purpose of Urbit was not mass adoption, but elite demonstration. Shows that exit from democracy is possible, creates a network of aligned technologists, identifies fellow travelers, and was a recruitment tool for a movement. But Urbit was just the technical side. The real breakthrough came when Yarvin found his billionaire patron and began coaching Peter Thiel himself. So listen to that again. He began coaching Peter Thiel, not the other way around, but rather Yarvin began coaching Peter Thiel. We discussed this a little bit on Monday. And again, I'll do something on Peter Thiel. That one's going to require even more time and more research because it's more complex and certainly more relationships, organizations, and history to unpack. Although I will say when I did my podcast on Monday, it was at the same time that Thiel was giving his speech on the Antichrist out in Silicon Valley. So in 2016, Curtis Yarvin told Milo he was coaching Thiel. And you probably are familiar with Milo, who worked with Kanye West, and he's constantly having crash outs online. He's blocked me for some reason. I'd actually interacted with him at one point. When I wrote my book, The Final Countdown, I actually reached out and at some point was going to try to meet with Kanye West because Kanye had been debanked and had an account with $100 million frozen by JP Morgan Chase. But Milo is very much an interesting character, to say the least. In any event, Yarvin told Milo he was coaching Thiel, and that same night he watched Trump win from Thiel's house. So this is well documented that Yarvin was at Peter Thiel's house the night of the 2016 election. So the student had become the teacher, and Silicon Valley's most powerful investor was taking notes. So some key points here. $100,000 went to Telon co-founder John Burnham. So Telon was actually the company that is the kind of the holding company behind Urbit. 1.1 million through Founders Fund to Urbit. Again, wasn't just an investment. It was about ideological alignment. Thiel becomes the patron and the student. The money follows the philosophy. They're building the movement's infrastructure. In 2009, Thiel says freedom and democracy are incompatible, directly echoing Yarvin's writing. Thiel even then has a course at Stanford where he's teaching Yarvin. Even the Seasteading Project follows some of Yarvin's patchwork ideas. Exit over voice strategies adopted, which I don't actually mind. I actually talk about build an exit strategy. The problem is that's not where we're at now. If anything, they're not pursuing an exit and build strategy. They're trying to hijack the existing political system. it's completely different from an exit and build strategy. But that 2016 election night really established this inner circle access for Thiel. He had gone from being an anonymous blogger now to the kingmaker's advisor. This is now where theory meets power. So, in any event, where we are now is the coach's work is done. I mean, we're now at the point where we're actually moving into the implementation phase, which is what's happening with JD Vance. As I discussed on Monday, JD Vance was groomed for this. JD Vance was groomed to be the monarch. This is a multi-year plan. Thiel isn't just grooming Vance. There are certainly many others you can follow who he's been funding politically and through his educational foundation or whatever, where he's investing in intelligent kids, encouraging them not to go to college. He's actually kind of building a stable of people to put into positions of power. And JD Vance is very much the monarch that Yarvin talks about. So Thiel wasn't alone at this point. During this time, pretty much the entire PayPal mafia would soon be reading Yarvin, starting with the world's richest man, or I guess now second richest man, Elon Musk. So Elon Musk says government is just the largest corporation. David Sachs runs Trump's AI policy. Mark Andreessen calls Yarvin a friend. The PayPal mafia isn't just reading Yarvin, they're implementing his vision. DOGE directly implemented Yarvin's rage concept, retire all government employees. Again, that's not a bad idea. I like the idea of retiring all government employees, provided that you stop right there. And I think this is the issue that people don't understand and have the biggest problem with. So many people that I've talked to think that this is about efficiency. It's about making government smaller. It's not. It's about replacing the people in government with technocratic systems. There is a complete and important difference. One is actually reducing the size and scope of government. The other is technocracy. And I know a lot of people didn't want to believe the technocracy aspect of it, but at this point, it's pretty undeniable if you look at the actions that have been taken and even the words that have been stated. Again, at this point, this isn't even one of these things where I'm not presenting a theory. Everything that I'm talking about, the evidence is, Musk, Thiel, Yarvin, Vance talking about it themselves in their own words. I have videos that I'll show at the end, and I have like 5 or 6 different clips. I could have shown 100 clips. It's an overwhelming amount of information, and over time, I'm going to be aggregating more and more of these clips just so that people can see this. You don't have to believe me. You can hear them in their own words. They don't shy from these concepts at all. So let's look at David Sachs. He's another one that I'm going to have to spend some time doing a really deep dive on. As I mentioned, David Sachs, part of the PayPal mafia, is now Trump's AI crypto czar. He co-wrote a book called The Diversity Myth with Peter Thiel. He's been a longtime Yarvin reader, and he's bringing tech governance to government. No democratic oversight needed. It's algorithm over democracy. Again, why do we even need the algorithm? I'm not going to defend democracy. What I have issue with is the algorithm and who's driving the algorithm, what the purpose of the algorithm is. Then you have Mark Andreessen, who said you can read Yarvin without becoming a monarchist. Okay. Called him a friend publicly, funded Urbit. Quietly, he's been recruiting candidates for Trump. has been building parallel institutions. The revolution will be venture funded. And the one thing I'll say is this: I'm not going to defend Trump. Trump, just like in the first term, Trump isn't driving anything. Trump doesn't have any strategic vision. There's no 5D chess from Trump. It's who's he being manipulated by. In this case, in his first term, he was being controlled out of his own sense of ignorance and naivete, people that were insiders to Washington, D.C. And of course, that was horrible. But what's worse is being controlled by Silicon Valley technocrats. So at this point, all of these people, Andreessen, Sachs, Thiel, Musk, are implementing pieces of this vision. Corporate governance for nations. Exit from democratic constraints. Building post-democratic infrastructure. It is a quiet coup through technology. But to understand how these billionaires fell under Yarvin's spell, we need to go back to 2007 when a pseudonymous blogger named Mencius Moldbug began writing. And I encourage you to read all of his works. Again, don't just listen to me. All of his stuff is online. His blog is there. You can read his books. There are countless videos. While he started out not behind his name, he's gotten to the point where, as I said in the intro, he's literally debating, should we have a dictator, and taking the pro position on this in public debates hosted by the New York Times and others. This is now a popular topic of conversation. So he started this out as an intellectual monetary rebel. His pseudonym was for evading Reddit blocks. And he began his blogging period between 2007 and 2014. And he's written millions of words of anti-democratic theory. It's very dense, very meandering, but arguably brilliant prose. And he's created a vocabulary for this entire movement. I will say, watching him debate is not, I don't think he's a very good debater. I actually find his tactic seems to be, he hums and he has a lot of stuttering when he's talking about stuff, but then he goes on to these meandering things where he's bringing up a whole bunch of history. And I think he tries to baffle people with bullshit, but he goes way off topic and then goes into these areas. And I think he thinks that if he is compelling enough or demonstrates enough intelligence on these matters, that he'll win the argument because of his breadth of knowledge. But when you actually study his analysis of what it is that he's saying, he's making some really broad sweeping generalizations about the past. It's just that the people that he's talking to aren't familiar with the subject matter. So this is kind of his MO with this. But anyway, that's a bit of a diversion. So some of his key works, something called The Open Letter, 14 parts, 250 pages. It's kind of a gentle introduction, a gateway drug to his ideas. How Dawkins Got Pwned. It's an atheist critique. Against Political Freedom. This is where he really goes kind of mask off. So he's building a completely alternative worldview. And as I said at the beginning, people don't realize he really did innovate the use of red pill as a political metaphor. I mean, obviously, the Matrix was long before that, but he was the first to apply red pill to the political realm, kind of as progressive illusions to be shattered, democracy as a comfortable lie, monarchy as a harsh truth, waking up to real history, trying to convert readers one by one. What's his writing style? It's deliberately difficult and long. Self-selecting for high IQ readers. Again, I would argue he's trying to baffle people to a certain degree with bullshit. He refers to obscure 19th century texts, creates this sense of secret knowledge. So readers feel like, they're special, that they're chosen, that they have the opportunity to have a peek into this worldview. So it's I guess one way to say it is maybe cult formation through complexity. So at the heart of this million-word manifesto is a single powerful concept that would reshape how the right sees liberal institutions. An idea he called the cathedral. Let me just check in on comments here. So I've got, all right, I'll get to these comments. I just want to get through the slides here. Actually, I have a lot of slides. I might speed this up. How are we doing? All right, I'm gonna go a little bit quicker. There is quite a bit of information here, but the cathedral, this is his most influential concept. Harvard, the New York Times, the State Department are all the same thing, says Yarvin. He calls it the cathedral. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. This is the concept that conquered the conservative discourse. Universities plus media plus NGOs plus the government. Self-organizing ideological monopoly. No conspiracy needed. It's emergent behavior. Status competition creates uniformity. The spontaneous coordination of elites. And again, some of his ideas are not, my issue is with his conclusions, but I wouldn't disagree with what he says in this regard. And certainly I think probably most of you would agree that universities, media, NGOs, and government, I mean, at this point are colluding. It was probably, maybe it was emergent behavior, maybe it wasn't. We don't know to what extent it was coordinated, but it doesn't matter. We know what the end result is. So the mechanism is Harvard trains journalists and bureaucrats. The New York Times sets acceptable opinion range. The State Department enforces it globally. Foundations fund the system, all without central planning. Power through prestige and not force. Not a bad concept. And this concept is now mainstream on the right. It's used by senators, Fox hosts, explains the deep state intuitively, unifies various conservative grievances. It's simple enough to tweet, complex enough to seem profound. So why does it work? He names the enemy system, the cathedral, explains feeling of powerlessness, justifies extreme measures, makes democracy the problem. And then the issue becomes then, well, what is the solution? Well, the solution becomes a monarchy becomes the logical solution. Exit or overthrow are the only options. And once you've identified the cathedral as the enemy, there's only one solution. Rage, retire all government employees. Again, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Oh, I see here. Jeremiah talks, just DM'd you in the Cypher chat. 4-year-old video of mine on this. Great. I look forward to, I will definitely check that out. So here we are moving forward. I think I might have missed a slide here, but we have Rage, the blueprint for government purge. So in 2012, Yarvin proposes firing every federal employee, which is what Musk talked about doing. Remember, this is what DOGE was supposed to be about. It started as a conference joke and then allegedly became US policy. Although if you looked at it and you understood, this is why I've been claiming America 1.0 is done, because you can't actually implement this. And this is why I've been so focused on starting from first principles, because there is no way to implement this unless you are going to put in some kind of dictator. But then ask yourself, or look back through history, when is an empire or a nation, because I have researched this, I've talked to people that study this, gotten to the point where we are, where a turnaround happened successfully? It hasn't happened, is the answer. And there was nothing compelling about their approach. But the worst part about this is, if you understood, the idea is that you need to take this kind of centralized control and have this authority to be able to fix things. Well, fix it and turn it into what? And what people are missing and people don't want to look at is what they want to put in place is a technocracy. The point of this isn't put in place a monarch so that you can become, you know, an anarchy or even libertarian, which is where Thiel's attempt at associating himself with libertarianism and Yarvin's, I mean, they don't even call themselves that anymore, but they really never were. And now they still have some brand association with it. They are not promoting libertarianism as the outcome after this monarch transition period. It is all about moving to technocracy. And you will hear Yarvin talk about not reform, but replacement, a complete institutional reset, kind of FDR's packing in reverse. He actually talks very fondly about FDR. And you can hear him in his talks and discussions about who he admires and why. And I encourage you to listen to it and ask yourself if you agree. But again, his analogy here is everything is a corporation. And so this is, the viewpoint is that this is just kind of like a corporate takeover of sorts. So the idea is you get mass buyouts for compliance, overwhelming force, quick execution, no appeals, no delays, pension bribes for cooperation, make resistance futile. It is a corporate efficiency model. Now, I want to say, so my background is as a serial entrepreneur. I started my first company when I was 19, have always been a fan of entrepreneurship, but as I've gotten older, the corporate structure leaves some room for improvement. I guess let me put it to you that way. There have certainly been a lot of negative things that have been done through corporate structures. Now, I happen to think that a lot of this is, well, whatever. This is very much a tangent. A lot of people think that the purpose of a company is to maximize, well, it's to maximize shareholder value, but what that means completely depends on what your values and principles are and also what your time horizon is. I happen to look at it as I'm trying to solve, when I start a company, I'm trying to solve a particular problem. And whatever that startup is, I lay out what the problem is that I'm trying to solve. And you use a corporation as a way to measure whether you're effectively deploying resources towards that goal. But there are some people that just take the view of, well, the whole purpose of the company is just to make as much money as possible. So we will shift our principles or values because we don't have any principles or values. It's just whatever generates the highest return. And usually that highest return is viewed in the standpoint from the standpoint of like a quarterly financial filing. And so there are a lot of different ways to run companies. I read Thiel's book, 0 to 1. And he actually said some things there I agree with too. Like, for instance, if you're going to have a board of directors, don't have more than 3 people. I mean, when I look at large corporations, Fortune 500 companies, they're now woke captured organizations. These organizations that have 15, 17 people on the board of directors, and it's all based on diversity and all this other stuff. I mean, that's within a corporate structure, but that's ridiculous. And you can't accomplish anything through that. But there's a difference between how you might choose to voluntarily associate versus the mechanism that allows or facilitates for voluntary association. So the idea of treating the government itself as a corporation is somewhat in conflict with the ability for individuals to exercise their free will and engage in voluntary association. I mean, there are a lot of issues that I have with this, but in any event, I'm just outlining what he has to say. So Musk started implementing this. They targeted 500,000 federal workers, so-called ideologically trained ninjas moving at startup speed, no legislative approval needed. But I mean, we know what happened, right? I don't know. I have some theories on this, which I'll talk about at the end. I think this was always a show. This was always a performance. Musk was always positioning himself as dark MAGA, which is actually a reference to the Dark Enlightenment, which is also a Yarvin concept. I don't think they really thought anything would happen with Trump. I think that this whole thing was a continued setup to position Vance to become that monarch so that they can move in the direction that they want to move, which is, again, not towards freedom, it's towards technocracy. So according to 2 DOGE advisors, everyone has read Yarvin. It was the intellectual beacon for the department. Literally a direct pipeline from the blog to policy, where theory becomes practice. But again, retire all government employees didn't happen. So while that might have been the governing philosophy, we see how it works out. We are now adding another $2.5 trillion to the deficit. government spending has increased. It completely failed, which maybe if Yarvin spent some time understanding how politics works instead of reading obscure 19th century books, he would have known that. But rage is just the demolition. The construction project is even more radical: Neo-Cameralism, government as a corporation. So what if America was just Apple and the president was just the CEO? What if citizens were shareholders and democracy was a board meeting? This is essentially the worldview that he's pushing. So the idea is government is just a corporation that owns territory. Citizens are shareholders or customers. President is a CEO with total control. Congress is an advisory board at best. Constitution is a corporate charter. And democracy is inefficient middle management. So again, this is why I want to go back to why a conversation about first principles is important, because he's obviously made a lot of assumptions about the idea that government is or should be a corporation owning territory. Well, what is the basis for that? What is the point of government? What is the point of society? What is the point of humanity? I will say he's also an atheist, which I actually haven't found anything about it, but I'll do some more research about whether or not he even believes in free will. But maximizing, I don't know, this concept of maximizing asset value as being the purpose of government seems to be lacking in any useful or first principles that make any kind of sense to me at all. His historical precedent for this is Frederick the Great, Singapore's Lee Kuan Yew, Dubai's corporate governance, the East India Company model, medieval Italian city-states. He's using all of these as what he claims are proven successful examples. So the theoretical framework is ownership creates responsibility, profit motive ensures efficiency, competition between nation corporations, exit rights replace voice rights, customer satisfaction over voting, and market discipline over democratic chaos. And again, so there's I want to compare it to, I'm not, America 1.0 is dead. And in theory, we weren't supposed to be a mob rule democracy anyway, but I think that we need to be having a whole series of different conversations. And we're not having these conversations. This is just being implemented without people understanding what it is or where it came from or what the implications are. So his blog went dark in 2014, and then he disappeared. But then in 2020, following a personal tragedy, he returned with something called the Gray Mirror and found his audience had grown exponentially. So this is his current platform, the Gray Mirror Substack, the return of the king, if you will. His wife died of heart disease in 2021, which is sad. Actually, I just saw him tweet a couple of weeks ago that actually he claims she died from a COVID vaccine injury, leaving him with 2 young children. And so kind of in his grief, he launched this Gray Mirror, and then found that he suddenly had 60,000 subscribers, including senators, CEOs, and a future vice president. So again, had a lot of grief. And I think the death also sparked radicalization. I just saw him for the first time talk about the COVID aspect and the COVID angle of it, but he's clearly dealing with this from a position of rage and having been radicalized. It's the #3 history publication on Substack, Gray Mirror. Senators read it weekly again. Tech CEOs share posts. Journalists hate reading it religiously. He's gone from these long, million-word things to shorter, punchier posts. Now he's saying, I'm a poster, not a writer, memes over manifestos, accessible entry points. Strategic timing was launched during the COVID lockdowns where government failure was visible, democracy questioned globally, and tech power ascending. It's the perfect moment for an alternative. He's riding the wave of disillusionment. And again, this is where, interestingly, the technocracy movement started in the early 1930s during the Great Depression. So these types of tumultuous time periods are really useful for hatching these kinds of ideological movements. So one of his subscribers was J.D. Vance. And I won't rehash all of it. I will play a video clip of Vance talking about Yarvin. But he even said in a podcast, he said, there's this guy, Curtis Yarvin. And then 4 years later, he's a vice president very much implementing Yarvin's ideas. You can see Yarvin's fingerprints everywhere. In 2021, he named Yarvin. He said, we'll fire every single mid-level bureaucrat. When courts stop you, ignore them. Included a quote from Andrew Jackson, not hiding the influence, proud of the connection. And again, there is the triangle with Thiel. Thiel is really driving the money behind this philosophy and this movement. Thiel funds Yarvin's companies, gave Vance $15 million, was responsible for Vance's entire career. Vance reads Yarvin religiously, and the ideas flow through the entire network, through the PayPal Mafia, through Silicon Valley, and now into the halls of Washington, D.C. So here's the ideological evolution. We went from Hillbilly Elegy, where Vance talks about sympathy for workers, to post-Yarvin, workers need strong leaders. Democracy failed them. Only executive power can save them. He went from a populist to an authoritarian. The full conversion was complete. As I outlined, Vance literally went from Silicon Valley to Ohio, where that Senate seat was bought, and he represented Silicon Valley while he was there. He took positions that were completely contrary to what the people of Ohio would have supported. But because of Peter Thiel's donations to candidates that were loyal to Trump, he was able to get and secure and bridge an endorsement by Trump to Vance, because Vance had previously been a never Trumper. So, Vance has changed his name multiple times. He's changed his name as many times as he's changed his core ideology. But at this point, his ideology is that he's a puppet for Peter Thiel, and the ideology driving Peter Thiel is Curtis Yarvin. 2025, Vance said, Yarvin, you reactionary fascist, called him that warmly. Made a public acknowledgement of his influence and has begun to normalize some of these radical views. The mask is completely slipping deliberately. But Vance wasn't the only administration official taking notes. Michael Anton, Trump's policy planning director, was having lunch with Yarvin and discussing something called the Red Caesar. So at a DC restaurant in January 2025, Yarvin told Trump's policy planning director how Caesar should federalize the National Guard and mobilize supporters as human barricades. This wasn't theoretical, this was operational. So key points during this lunch meeting in January of 25, after the inauguration, Yarvin made staffing recommendations, direct pipeline to Trump, and this theory became personnel. So in the May 2021 podcast, how would Caesar come to power? Federalize the National Guard. Trump app for mobilization. Supporters as human barricades. We're seeing this. We just saw this a couple of weeks ago. There's been a big push to do this. This is actively going on right now. The architect of what we've been seeing with Trump and the National Guard is Curtis Yarvin. It's a legal coup through executive power, which, by the way, this whole situation with Charlie Kirk is just further emboldening. Then there are the other institutional targets. Harvard must be smashed. The New York Times must be destroyed. Didn't Trump just launch a multi-billion-dollar lawsuit against, wasn't it yesterday or the day before, against the New York Times? So again, this is the cathedral. This is explicitly a strategy architected by Yarvin. One blow to break them. No gradual reform, sudden, overwhelming force, shock doctrine, governance. They've used this Charlie Kirk thing for just that. What is the Charlie Kirk Act? It is this. They are using the Charlie Kirk Act to take down the cathedral, as per Yarvin, which is particularly shameful. And I'm not going to go into my rant about that because it's contrary to what Kirk was doing and what his ideas were all about. But nevertheless, there we are. So the implementation phase, Schedule F is enacted, deep state purging beginning, universities are under attack, media delegitimized daily, following the playbook. Again, I mean, media does suck, education does suck. I wouldn't go after just Harvard, though. I mean, just defund all of it, right? I mean, I would argue to a certain degree, I mean, part of the problem that they have is they're only going after certain players. I mean, we should defund all of this, not selectively go after this institution or this institution, because it actually looks like it's a grudge. So again, the vehicle for the transformation was supposed to be DOGE, but, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because there is what was attempted, and there was, I guess it's important to go through what the plan was, but I think at this point we can just acknowledge that while retire all government employees might have been the strategy, it has completely and totally failed. This isn't like Twitter, where we're going to come in and fire 75% on day one and only keep the hardcore. I mean, they've gotten rid of some people, but it again, it hasn't mattered from the standpoint of the budget. But more importantly, when Musk split and left DOGE and formed the New America Party, the platform for the New America Party was technocracy. It was the application of AI to the military, the application of AI to streamline government, not reduce what government does, but to apply AI to it. It was always about technocracy. So I think the biggest group of people that need to be educated on this are the people that don't understand that they're actually celebrating and backing and enabling technocracy. So all of the wishful thinking about what is being done and why it's being done has a specific endpoint in mind that I doubt any of these people would be on board with technocracy. So the sooner that this point is understood, that all of these cuts are about ushering in a monarch to facilitate technocracy, then maybe we can rethink why we're doing this and what's going on. Because at this point in time, JD Vance is the heir apparent. I mean, he's not only the VP coming in, but he also has Musk's support. And we'll get to this. We can talk about what you can expect to see and what the takeaways are from this. But we can start to chart out exactly what's happening. I can predict what's going to happen, whether they're involved in making the crises or not. I doubt that. They're just utilizing opportunistically these things. But DOGE is just a piece of the larger puzzle. There is also some belief that Yarvin was hugely involved in architecting Project 2025, and that his ideas were just repackaged with Heritage Foundation branding. So if you're not familiar with that, this is, again, and I know there are a lot of people that were excited about this. They were saying, hey, look, Trump wasn't talking about these plans behind the scenes because he learned during his first term that you have to be stealth about these things. And so they're putting all these things in plan, working on these things behind the scenes, working on these things through Project 2025. And then, come to find out it's backdoor technocracy. So This part still needs to get out as much as possible. And I don't even know what to do about it. Again, I guess the conclusion that I come to is we need to begin having these conversations about first principles sooner rather than later, because this is the default. I mean, America 1.0 is over, but understand that there are people without even knowing it that are actually accelerating technocracy. And I would argue that technocracy has accelerated 5 years in the last 8 months. And actually that it's even accelerating beyond that. So with digital IDs and all of these other things. And so people are like, on the one hand, it's like, well, great, we're firing all these people. And it's like, yeah, you've replaced it with complete and total digital tyranny. It was a complete rug pull. And then watch what happens in the midterms. You will find that the races that are won and the seats that are taken over, whether it comes from the right or the left, will be filled with technocrats. And the money will be backing candidates that are technocrats. So the technocrats are going to win in the midterms, and a technocrat, J.D. Vance, is a lock for 2028. But again, this is coming from the perspective of we're already moving without any friction whatsoever towards technocracy. None. There's zero friction right now. So then we have the Dark Enlightenment. So they call themselves the Dark Enlightenment because they've seen through democracy's comfortable lies. This was started by Yarvin and philosopher Nick Land. So it's the intellectual movement now that's shaping the American right. So this movement started in 2007 to 2013. Yarvin provides the political framework. Nick Land adds philosophical depth. I'm sure Courtney will have a lot to say about this in the discussion. Herman Hoppe's economics. It's a confluence of anti-democratic thought. The three pillars are techno-commercialists, that's Yarvin's camp, ethno-nationalists, race realists, religious traditionalists, throne and altar, all united against democracy, divided on replacement. So united against democracy, divided on replacement. It is a temporary alliance of convenience. Important point. So the intellectual network, you're seeing blogs and Substacks absolutely proliferate. Academic philosophers are joining in. Tech billionaires are funding it. Politicians are reading and quoting, I'm sure without understanding what it is. They're just jumping in. Journalists are investigating and amplifying it. And the ideas are spreading through criticism. And we're now at the point of mainstream absorption. The new right adopts these concepts. National conservatism is influenced. Catholic integralists aligned. Post-liberals embrace. Never Trump becomes after Trump. Fringe becomes foundation. But Yarvin's co-founder, Nick Land, takes these ideas into a truly apocalyptic territory. I am going to play this clip. This is why, in my opinion, this entire thing was orchestrated from the beginning. This was not Musk is going to save free speech and Musk really thinks that Trump is a good guy. Musk was part of this temporary alliance of convenience. So let me play this clip.
Elon Musk!
I'm not just MAGA. I'm dark, gothic MAGA. Well, the energy in this room is incredible. All government spending is taxation. So whether it's direct taxation or all government spending, it either becomes inflation or it's direct taxation. Your money is being wasted, and the Department of Government Efficiency is going to fix that. America's just not just going to be great. America is going to reach heights that it has never seen before. The future is going to be amazing! You guys are awesome. Honestly, this is like... Yeah.
So what did people think that was when that was going on? Right? I mean, there he is with Howard Lutnick. I mean, this isn't a, why was he wearing dark MAGA? I mean, this was always about Musk, it's a temporary arrangement of convenience, but what comes after is there's very much a goal and orientation that Musk, Thiel, Yarvin, and others subscribe to, and it's technocracy. And so what's happened is a lot of well-meaning people are buying a ticket to go along with the dismantling without any understanding of what comes after, and actually to the point where they don't have intellectual curiosity in even knowing about it. They don't want to see the bad. They want these white knights. So, I mean, if Courtney were here, she would talk about Nick Land and accelerationism. But Nick Land doesn't want to just reform democracy or replace it with monarchy. He wants to accelerate capitalism until it destroys humanity itself. Nothing human makes it out of the near future, he promises. His view is accelerate capitalism to singularity. Technology will replace humanity. Democracy slows the process, must remove all barriers, let capital consume everything. Humanity is obsolete code. So there's even a little bit of division within these groups. Yarvin wants human monarchy. Land wants inhuman intelligence. Yarvin's pragmatic, Land apocalyptic. Same diagnosis, different prescription. Both hate democracy equally. They are temporary allies against a common enemy. Although I'm pretty sure from what I've read, Yarvin is also a technocrat. So I'm not entirely sure where they even break down, because I don't think that Yarvin thinks that monarchy is the end state. It's just a transition point. So Land lives in Shanghai. He watches authoritarian capitalism with no democratic constraints, and so he views it as just pure techno-commercial power. It's the future being built now, and the West is falling behind. As I've been arguing, this all just ends up as a global technocracy. When you actually follow the money, you follow Musk, Oracle, all of these things, Larry Ellison, Thiel, they are all doing business and working in China. We're made to believe that there is a war between China and the United States, so that we will, from the standpoint of fear and national security, go all in on data centers. And, we're going to start I'm going to start making these propaganda posters about rationing energy for these data centers so that we can fight China. It's all manufactured. There's one accelerationism going on with the technocrats. So it's AI development without safety, build AGI as fast as possible. And literally the idea is that, AGI will be humanity's successor and that democracy will slow it down. So I hope people start to understand that these are their beliefs. This is actively being pursued, and these things are winning. This is winning. Look at what happened. Look at what's going on with AI. While it was pulled out of the One Big Beautiful Bill, they were working on liability shields from any state intervention in AI regulation. And so I'm not a fan of regulation, but what we're about to see is, a massive amount of taxpayer money. You're going to see eminent domain used. You're going to see a whole bunch of things happen in the name of national defense, in the name of, if the US doesn't beat China to AGI, somehow that's a bad thing. The bigger issue should be that anybody is actually fighting to try to achieve AGI. Does it matter whether China builds AGI to wipe out humanity or whether the US builds it? I mean, I don't even understand what the distinction is at this point. So Land dreams of an inhuman future. Another thinker approaches the same endpoint from the left. Yuval Noah Harari. And as I've said, I think Yarvin and Harari are just two different sides of the technocratic coin. They've never debated, but they agree on everything important. Democracy is dying. Humans are hackable. Elites must manage the masses. They just agree on the management style. That really is it. It's a tactic, but it's the same endpoint. Democracy is obsolete in the digital age. Masses can't govern themselves. Technology requires elite control. Free will is an illusion. And management, not representation, is needed. They share these views. Yarvin gets there through corporate sovereignty, CEO kings running nation states, explicit hierarchy, national competition between patches, exit rights for consumers, right-wing authoritarianism. Harari gets there through global algorithmic governance, technocratic expert management, hidden hierarchy through credentials, international cooperation, no exit from the system, left-wing totalitarianism. So it's right-wing authoritarianism versus left-wing totalitarianism, but it's technocracy in both instances. It's the same destination. Under both models is a post-democratic future with managed population, virtual reality pacification. Surplus humans are a problem to be solved. Again, go back to Yarvin. Didn't have friends, didn't have relationships, kind of viewed humans as systems and problems to overcome. So we are presented with these false choices. And in the end, this is why I say it's technocracy versus freedom, and free will is at stake. We have the primary, I'll call them pseudo-intellectuals that are driving the right and left paths of technocracy, who both believe, that don't believe in free will, both want to completely end human agency and replace it with technocracy. So to understand how radical these ideas are, let's take a look at Yarvin in action. So I didn't have all of these clips, so I'm going to play a few of these clips so that you can just see him say some of these things in his own words. I've got, 5 or 6 short clips. Let me pull them up now.
Which is RAGE. And RAGE stands for Retire All Government Employees. And it's because most people are operating under a delusion that they do this every 4 years. They thought in 2008, hey, we rebooted this government in 2008, and it was just the same. The reality is, as anyone who knows Washington knows, that the politicians you elect in these democratic elections are really entirely superfluous to the mechanism of Washington. They change things a little bit. It matters a little bit whether you vote for Democrats or Republicans, but basically, if the whole system the whole electoral system, all this, how a bill becomes a law, all this stuff you learned in 11th grade, all this appears. The reality of your relationship with your government is you're governed by it. You have no power over it. And moreover, actually, you have no real experience or ability in how to run a government. You don't know anything about running a government. You know only about watching this, reality show called CNN. And if you look at the reality of Washington, first of all, the people in Washington are not doing a great job of running a government, even though they do it every day. And secondly, Americans have no idea. What is a government? A government is just a corporation which owns a country. Nothing more, nothing less. And, if you think that corporations can own countries, you would be right, because that's what they are. Have them do their thing. And finally, you need a CEO. And a national CEO is what's called a dictator. It's the same thing. There's no difference between a CEO and a dictator. If Americans want to change their government, they're going to have to get over their dictator phobia.
In our closing round, each of our debaters once again stands up and makes an argument uninterrupted by appealing directly to you. And Curtis, you're up first with your closing. And again, reminding everybody, our question is, should the U.S. be ruled by CEO, dictator? Your closing, please.
Thank you, everyone. I'm trying to sort of go through the points here that I think have been sort of we've poorly descended into. I think the most important point is essentially, I think that when Glenn sort of kind of comes back to his studies and his results over the last 200 years and so forth, I would say he's not thinking very scientifically, because he's essentially looking at history through this massive fisheye lens where he sort of wants to essentially destroy all evidence before 1750 or so. And he says, oh, because they didn't have the internet and antibiotics and computers, we can sort of forget about anything they learned in this period of time. And I'm like, no, actually, because they had to run a government without the internet or computers or phones. Actually, we can see how impressive their results were. And there's an example of this that I like to sort of give in terms of the fall of the Roman Republic, because I think that we've sort of heard this consensus idea out there that the fall of the Roman Republic was because, authoritarians took over. Actually, the fall of the Roman Republic was because the military system of the Roman Republic was much, much more effective than the civilian system. And the way Rome really found that out was that not even Caesar, it appointed this guy called Pompey to basically extirpate the pirates from the Mediterranean, which was like ending the drug gangs in Mexico. And they were like, we have failed to do this with the Roman civil system. Let's do it in the military way. Top-down command, without any computers or guns or cell phones or whatever. As soon as they adopted the monarchical way of doing things, Pompey clears the Mediterranean of pirates in 3 months. It's very, very similar to Bukele in El Salvador. Here's a thing that basically people said couldn't be done, and it was just done. And people are like, wait a second, we need a new system of government. And that's what created the Roman Empire. And I think that if that hadn't happened, Rome would have been destroyed by the Gauls, probably in about 50 BC.
So there we go. You don't have to believe me. There are so many debates online. And like I said, I think I've watched 47 of them right now, and they get pretty redundant after a while. But this is the dominant narrative right now behind the right-wing movement. This is the energy that is behind JD Vance. This is the energy behind what's going on in Washington, D.C. This is why people that are Maha and all excited about some of it don't understand why it is that these people are popping up that are pushing AI and this Silicon Valley influence. It does, for me, open up interest in exploring Casey and Callie Means and looking at some of these other things. But remember, the people that are pushing this strategy, Yarvin and Thiel and Musk and Sachs, these guys, they have an end goal. They want to usher this in because they have an end position that they want, which is explicitly technocracy. So my question is, for those of you that are siding with these guys right now, and you say, well, it's still a good thing to do, we should be dismantling government. If you're not, they've already got the plan coming out of it, and you've got no plan. So what do you think? Do you think you're going to help them push this massive amount of power to the executive branch, and then once that takeover happens, you're going to be able to regroup and out strategize a solution that they've already been building and implementing? This is why this is problematic. This is why it is difficult to explain, because there are a lot of people that say, well, everybody's working on their own thing. Well, yeah, you have to understand what game you're playing. This is why we're going to do a much more expanded view on why voting doesn't matter, but the whole emphasis of it is to show how it actually works, so that the people that are new to it, that think that are playing some utopian version of politics, can have some realistic understanding of what it is that they're actually doing and why they're actually harming what it is that their real intentions are by even participating in the game itself. Anyway, this is getting long. I know I only have a few more slides, and then I'll open it up for Q&A, although I think this maybe has gone so long. Some of the people, I know Courtney can't make it, but I hope some of you will stick on. But slide 20. So one day after Anders Breivik murdered 77 people, mostly teenagers, Yarvin wrote, at least he shot communists, not Muslims. This wasn't a mistake. It was a moral philosophy. So again, he said that. Obviously, we see what happens if people speak out against Charlie Kirk, but this is something that Yarvin has said. Key points to cover. This was July 23rd, 2011, the day after the massacre. 77 dead, mostly children. Yarvin's focus, victims' politics. Does it sound familiar? Gored the matador, not the cape. Communists deserve death implied. Children uses sexual vulgarity. Perhaps you have a mother you'd like to fuck. Comparing Breivik to Mandela. If you condemn one, condemn both. Moral equivalence of the worst kind. Uses shock value as an argument. So again, is it okay if Yarvin does it, but anybody that speaks out against Charlie Kirk? I don't know. We'll see. I don't know if people are going to be speaking out against Yarvin anytime soon. Called it ineffective terrorism. Said it wasn't morally wrong, just strategically poor. Should have targeted differently. Violence is acceptable if effective. The ends justify the means. Monarchy through massacre possible. So there's a pattern here. Dehumanization of political opponents. Children become communists. Murder becomes tactics. Morality becomes efficiency. Human life loses value. It's preparing the ground for violence. So the dehumanization extends beyond politics to race, where Yarvin's views are even more disturbing. And again, I'm sure you've seen this. This has become the new thing. This is very popular for right-wingers and even some prominent people, I guess right-wing libertarians. Slavery is a natural human relationship, writes Yarvin, adding that Africans make good slaves due to genetic differences. This isn't historical analysis, it's racial pseudoscience with policy implications. Key points, natural relationships like patron and client. Some people are meant to serve. Hierarchy is biological. Freedom is unnatural. Democracy denies nature. Return to natural order. His viewpoint, Africans make good slaves. Indians did not. He gives a genetic explanation. IQ differences are racial. White genetic superiority, black genetic inferiority. Policy should reflect reality. Uses the N-word regularly. His ex-fiance got him to stop around her, still uses it in private, considers it honest language. Political correctness as oppression. True feelings revealed. Policy implications of this, different rights for different races. Democracy gives inferiors power. Monarchy protects natural order. Voting rights, mistake. Civil rights is civilizational error. Return to explicit hierarchy. So this dehumanization reaches its logical endpoint in his solution for homelessness. Yarvin's solution for San Francisco homelessness, permanent solitary confinement with VR headsets. When called out, he said he was seeking the same result as mass murder without the moral stigma. Again, how does this sound any different than Yuval Noah Harari? We hear this from the right and the left. What is the good future going to be like when machines are doing everything? And the answer is, well, if we're still around, we're going to be permanently medicated with a VR headset on. This viewpoint comes from the right and the left. He literally said in the original statement, we should convert the homeless to biodiesel. Fuel city buses with bodies. San Franciscans wouldn't like that. Testing boundaries with humor. More dehumanization through comedy. Making the unthinkable thinkable. Remember, all of this is about grooming. We're supposed to be getting ready. All of this is being pushed and I will on this show continue to look at current events through the lens of, are the policies and the things that are going on designed to push towards more consolidation of executive power? Are the things that are happening through social media controlled by Musk and Thiel? And we'll do a separate episode on the fact that Rumble and all of these other platforms now, we do not have free speech platforms. We have a bunch of different corporate brands that are owned by politicians. Trump owns Truth Social. Thiel and Vance are major investors in Rumble. In fact, Truth Social uses Rumble's technology. Musk controls X. I mean, literally, and these algorithms, which hopefully I'll have Craig come up. But I mean, you know, the traffic on Rumble does not occur organically, nor does it on any of these platforms. We right now have the illusion of free choice, but even Musk ended up changing the terms of service to say that, you know, he essentially could change the algorithms and kick people off. This was after that whole H-1B thing. This isn't freedom. It's the illusion of freedom by people who are pushing a technocratic agenda. Just tweaking an algorithm the slightest bit can change the outcome of elections. And again, I would argue right now, these algorithms are cranked up to absolute rage baiting maximum. Not to say that people aren't emotional about this issue, but they are absolutely feeding on this. So, to cover his original joke about using homelessness as the homeless as biodiesel, he said, you know, the humane alternative, permanent solitary confinement, VR headsets for pacification. They'll think they're having good lives, but actually rotting in cells. It's the matrix for undesirables. It's technology as the final solution. And again, he admitted it's the same result as mass murder, but without moral stigma. Seeking genocide's outcome, just hiding the method. Efficiency over humanity. So again, what's the broader pattern? Unproductive people is waste. Humans is resource or burden. Technology enables elimination. Democracy prevents the solution. Monarchy could implement. CEO king decides who lives. So these are not abstract theories anymore. In January 2025, Yarvin attended Trump's inauguration as a guest of honor. He was at the Passage press party. He was a featured guest. Mainstream acceptance at this point. The outsider is now inside. Vance greeted him. Anton shares meals with him. Senators seek selfies. Cabinet members consult. He's no longer radioactive. Again, 2 weeks ago, a public debate where he's taking the position justifying that we should have a dictatorship. He has a massive outside influence over the Trumpian right. And I would argue, I mean, Trump is kind of a lame duck, but Trump is not running anything. I mean, if you really look at do you think Trump came up with the Genius Act, the Clarity Act, any of this AI policy? Do you really think he's running the show? Do people really believe this is 5D chess? The PayPal Mafia is running this administration. And the PayPal Mafia that's running this administration runs on the ideology of Curtis Yarvin. So this is it. So he's at the coronation ball. This is essentially democracy's funeral, monarchy's birth announcement. The old order is dying. The new order is rising. Yarvin is the midwife. So, as I mentioned, and a lot of this is, and I feel, I'm getting mixed things because when I'm researching this, it says that his wife, Jennifer Colmer, died of heart disease in 2021. And, it says here hereditary cardiomyopathy, and that it was sudden at age 37. And that his wife was his emotional anchor. But then again, it was just last week or the week before he came out and said it was because of the COVID vaccine. So, I mean, certainly I can appreciate the having an emotional response to public health policy and so on and so forth. But this may be yet another thing that's informing him. I guess his entire life when he was a kid, everything else, even what his ex-fiance has said. I mean, he seems to be driving a lot of his ideology, like Harari, out of spite, which is not, in my opinion, the best way to be rethinking governance in the modern age. This is why I think we need to be having these important first principles conversations, not allowing damaged people with a grudge to be pushing the consolidation of political power for technocrats. So we are now in the implementation phase with varying degrees of success. And again, I know a lot of people, the DOGE, mass firing, Schedule F, impoundment powers, courts being ignored, Congress marginalized, CEO, president governing. I know a lot of people are happy about that. And I'm not, we should be, the current government, as I said 2 or 3 episodes ago, you kind of have your first principles, and then based on your first principles, you have the Constitution, the kind of the rules built on that, which is your layer 1, and your layer 2 are these things like the administrative state and everything else, which aren't even tied to the layer 1. They're not even contemplated by it. And so most of what we're doing is trying to fix the layer 2, but we actually abandon the core principles. We should be dealing at the L0, and we're only dealing at the L2, which is why I don't want to spend any time on any of it. There is no good outcome with this. But there are a lot of people that think, well, if we just do this, imagine what would happen if we fired all these people and we did this. Well, I can tell you what'll happen. It'll be replaced by technocrats, because that's what they've been planning and that's what they've been building. So people should get very up to speed on what technocracy is and decide if they want to put their energy behind cheerleading this monarchical takeover of the United States through this process. So the next steps, now you've got Vance in the White House, Musk running DOGE for a while, Anton running planning policy, Thiel funding the operations, Andreessen recruiting the staff, complete capture achieved. Techno-monarchism, breaching law. Democratic norms have been shattered. Constitutional crisis is brewing. No one is stopping it. No one even understands it. People are cheerleading it. Again, this is going to be really difficult. Right now, I'm looking at this. We have 422 people online here. I mean, this is like one of the lowest. This is like less than a fifth of what I would normally get on a bad day. Why is that? Now, I mean, I can tell that I've been shadow banned, but I also suspect that there are a lot of people that don't like this topic. There are a lot of people that do not like hearing about technocracy. They're afraid of it. But putting your head in the sand is not a solution. So here's the irony of this. From his communist grandparents' nightmare, American monarchy is emerging. Democracy self-destructing. Capitalism is eating itself, although, I mean, do we even have capitalism? I would argue we do not. We have cronyism. Technology is enabling tyranny. Yarvin's revenge is almost complete. So it's not quite time for monarchy yet, but the foundations have been laid. The institutions have been captured. The opponents have been purged. And it was always about Vance. This was always about positioning Vance. It was never about Trump. Trump is just, frankly, an easily manipulated stooge who, you know, liked the idea that he was getting attention and funding from these billionaires. He's pretty much irrelevant at this point. So on that note, I will just play a short clip. This is JD Vance talking about Yarvin.
A lot of the lessons learned in the 40s are being applied to the United States. There's this weird way where you're kind of like completely de-Americanizing American culture. Now, that's really what's going on. So, I mean, I think that there are two different ideas here, right? So one is like, you know, there's this guy, Curtis Yarvin, who's written about some of these things. And so one is to basically accept that this entire thing is going to fall in on itself, right? And so the task of conservatives right now is to preserve as much as can be preserved. And then when the inevitable collapse of the country comes, ensure that conservatives are able to sort of help build back the country in a way that's actually better, not Joe Biden's build back better, but actually some sort of reconstruction of the country. I think that's too pessimistic and too defeatist. I tend to think that we should seize the institutions of the left and turn them against the left, right? We need like a de-Bathification.
In any event, that's pretty much the end of where we are here. So again, the key is, so somebody's saying people are watching Charlie Kirk's memorial videos. Yeah, frankly, I don't even know what's going on. I've been working on this podcast all day, so I have no idea. we're competing against. So that very well may be the case. Yeah, it looks like everybody's going. Usually these things, somebody said, well, we should try to keep these to under 2 hours. I mean, usually this podcast goes for 4 hours, but I'm not usually talking the whole time. Usually I only talk for about an hour, and this was just a lot of material to go through. And I would call this part one, but yes, debathification involved mass killings too. Absolutely right. No one is in the chat or comments. Well, if anybody wants to join, I'm going to send around the StreamYard link, but it does look like our regular audience had conflicts. So there may not be much of a Q&A here or discussion at all. I mean, I had a bunch of questions that, I thought, we could go through. I mean, this is always open, but, why does efficiency require a dictator? Is Vance? It was a great show. I learned a lot. Thank you, Sylvia19. I'll join if you want a weird rant against the auth, right? Yeah, go ahead. Come on up. Let's do it. So again, anyone can join. I have put the StreamYard link. There we go. There's Craig. Hey, Craig, how are you?
Good, Aaron. Great job tonight.
Thanks, man. Look, this traffic my traffic has just been throttled. I mean, not even just for this. All day I'm sending stuff. No 50 views, no likes, like just crushed.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I've got to come up with a game B here.
Yeah, a good game B. We got to come up with the honest game B. Yeah.
Hey, Jeremiah, how are you?
Evening. I'm reasonable. So this, like, the whole thing gets to a point that I've been making for a long time now. I said it way back, and it's been said by many people since, that the right and like libertarians on the right have a tendency to hate the left more than they love liberty, and they reflexively dislike communists, even anarcho-communists that would agree with them on 90% of issues. They reflexively hate, like anything that could be possibly perceived as left, to the point where they're willing to make excuses for authoritarianism as long as it crushes those people. Yarvin is a key figure in this mentality. He made excuses for people like Pinochet, and like the murderous regime in Chile. He makes excuses for anything that could possibly be perceived as helping, the right plant their dictators and do the shock doctrine, as Naomi Klein would put it. He is one of the architects in the modern day of the takeover of what would be called friendly fascism. And like this whole mentality is that what you're supposed to do is make it seem more and more palatable by making the opposition seem like, completely irrational, completely impervious to reason, and also simultaneously weak enough that they're going to cause social collapse if they're left in charge, and also simultaneously strong enough that they were in power and in control of everything. That is the lie of the cathedral. The cathedral wants to pretend that the authoritarian right has not been in control of anything. Anything like, monumental or instrumental. They want to claim that this is all, woke left, blah, blah. But like the ultimate point is that like they have to ignore that when those like elements are at all visible, it's because people are trying to sell you something. It's because like some corporation which normally like violates minority rights or, insert thing, has a rainbow profile picture. Now they're, part of the cause. No, you're not. And everybody who's actually down for the cause knows it. But like they play to that so that people will feel represented. And that representative feeling translates across all political strata. It's the reason that the right is jacking off about like feeling like they've got a guy on the inside. No, you don't. You've got somebody who played you. You've got somebody who, you know, like used the Libertarian Party recently as a giant wallet and mouthpiece. And you've got somebody who like effectively like weaponized your sentiments against the left and against the wokes as a way to, you know, gain power for the CIA, the NSA, the military and intelligence industrial complex, Epstein himself. And it's like it mirrors it rhymes with the Pinochet stuff, because like the Pinochet stuff, they have to ignore that they would rape women with dogs. They have to ignore that they would torture people by soaking them in vats filled with urine and feces. They have to ignore the pedophilia and the Colonia Dignidad and the brainwashing that took place there. They have to ignore the victims and pretend they don't exist. And they do the same thing with Trump. They're laundering the Epstein shit. They're saying that, you know, it doesn't even exist anymore. It's an Obama like hoax that, you know, we should run cover for now. It's absurd. It's evil. It's dictatorial. And it's also going to result in the repeating of the abuse cycles. And like Yarvin likes to pretend that the military success of Rome was its like greatest strength. He likes to pretend things like that because it's nice and convenient for his agenda and narrative. But the truth is that if you don't have a self-sustaining society that is actually running on its own merits and via libertarian principles as a first principle, you're not going to get a successful society long term. If you're high time preference, ironically, like a lot of these people are, you want that now, and you're willing to engage with the, you know, authoritarian system in order to obtain it. But ultimately, like the military industrial complex relies on an expansionist system. And when Rome fell, it was because they had expanded beyond their ability to control their territories with their existing militaries and not have power struggles within that collapsed the whole thing based on like failed principles. So basically, they, you know, he's using the aesthetic, he's using the sort of conclusion at some point during Roman history to claim that that's a successful model, but he is not taking it to its logical conclusion and looking at what happened with that when it was taken to its conclusion. And as a result of that, when you have somebody like this doing that, it's basically cherry-picked history for the purpose of jacking off about a specific time period in it, spotlight fallacy focusing on that, survivorship fallacy, like ignoring all of the obvious flaws that, you know, would hit people normally, and then like generally speaking, pretending that you're going to be the good guy in this situation because, you know, as long as we're in charge, the fact that we're doing things exactly the same way is not going to be problematic. And it will be problematic for exactly the same reason, which makes these people not only ghouls and like, you know, inhuman monsters for justifying the evils that they claim to oppose, but it also makes them hypocrites. And they don't care. They're flaunting their hypocrisy now. They're shoving it in our faces and down our throats. And they want us to accept that there's nothing we can do about it. But the truth is that we've always had the power. We just need to realize that it's never been and will never be in the hands of politicians. You will never have a man on the inside. It doesn't work. It will never work. And a true libertarian movement, a true anarchist movement would be about trying to like not decentralize the power structure, but like take the power you already have within you and tell everybody else to do the same. Prove that the power has never been centralized to begin with, and that any central authority has had to lie you into shape and force you into their positions and make you a hypocrite and an unethical ghoul for their system.
I mean, that's well said, and I mean, I agree with that. They actually want us to abandon our free will. They don't believe that we have free will. It is a completely inhumane system, and actually, what underlies all of it is technocracy and the belief that, you know, humans will be superseded by technology. I mean, they actually don't value life in a fundamental way at all. And I actually, and listening to Yarvin is I don't find him to be eloquent, but I find his debates to be, I don't find that he wins debates. He just goes off on these side quests talking in detail about history that's not even relevant to whatever the question is. But like I said, he baffles people with bullshit. But you're right. But again, he's defending dictatorship. He's not even hiding it.
But that's part of the thing. These people are immortalists. They're part of an immortalist death cult. They don't care about any amount of death that they cause, and they don't care that they might die. And that's why they're pushing AI so hard, because if they can build these data centers, and if they can build this new form of human conveyance, and they can act like this is going to accurately and like 1-to-1 ratio, or at least close enough, convey their consciousness forward, they are going to live forever in the cloud. They are going to live forever in their AI avatar, like death cult state, and they will ascend. And then the future societies will all be able to pull their wisdom, their sacred, awesome personal influence that they garnered during their lifetimes, and even hear it in their voice and said with their face, and they'll be able to do all of this because they built these data centers. And that's why they don't care that these data centers are poisoning people. These aren't libertarians. They're like NAP violationists by default. The Memphis data centers are pumping giant tons of methane into the air and giving people diseases, cancer, and killing them. And like, not just that, but like, people are all, taxation is theft and taxation is bad. Yes, both of those things are true. But it's effectively the same thing when a power company gives favorable deals to like a tech billionaire that comes in to install a data center near you and then charges you double what your previous power bill was, because now you're covering half the cost for the increased load on the grid. You didn't agree to that. You didn't consent to that. You should rebel against that. You should tear that down. But these people are instead forced to comply with this system and this structure, and they are cucked to it. And so like the right embraces the cuckery because they want to be in that cloud. They want to take advantage of that system. And also because the more that this AI advances, the easier they can make simulacra, the easier they can fake things entirely for their agenda. Like there's this image floating around right now of, ooh, we found an image of Charlie Kirk in the hospital. And it's so obviously AI. But so many, like millions of boomers on Facebook are sharing this and acting like it's real, despite the font size increase on the shirt, despite the fact that the watch on the nurse's hand does not encircle her whole wrist, despite the fact that the stethoscope is broken, everything is broken, the pillows are bad, the bed is bad. It's obviously fake. But so many people are conditioned to believe and regurgitate what their right-wing overlords have told them to. And this is the rise of the authoritarianism, because you have to make fiction truth and truth fiction. You have to invert that. You have to create a society where you are puppeteering the state through the lies that you tell the people. And if the people are willing to believe whatever lies you tell them, as long as they're coming from an official source, and you take control of all those official sources, then you become the new dictator, and you don't even have to lift a finger. You can just create the truth. And that's why these people in DOGE are selective about the things that they cut, as you brought up earlier. That's why they're not just retiring all government officials. They're retiring the specific ones that don't fall in line, because the other people are useful to them. And you need that utility in order to run an effective dictatorship. So these people are liars from the start. They're liars in practice, and they're liars in conclusion. And they rely on liars to perpetuate this. So they convince people to give up their ethical backbone, and they convince people to like acquiesce to this system of dishonesty. And AI is their chief tool, because it means that they can make up the truth ad hoc, and it doesn't matter what people say, because the truth will be conveyed by that system. And in fact, people will just start asking AI, because they'll be so like obsequiously cooked to this system. They'll just be like, oh, Grok, is this true? Fuck you. Grok is not your master, and it should not be the arbiter of truth. But they use it as that because they are so obsequious to this system that they are willing to relegate and, delegate their mentality, their psychology, their knowledge, their wisdom to a machine that will like inevitably remove and gradually whittle down their ability to think for themselves. And then when the machine tells them to say something, they will pray to the neon god they made and get the answer from the god that they have worshipped for years. They will say the machine says it, it must be true. That's what the technocrats want, because then if they control the machines, they are the cathedral.
Yeah, well, they want to steal your curiosity and your intuition too. Think about what we're like if we have no intuition. We have no pattern recognition. It's like, something breaks. We learn why it breaks, and then we figure out how to not let it break next time, but they want to take all that away. So I totally agree with that. I mean, I think you're spot on.
Yeah, and like that, the right loves that shit, because then they can claim that this is all a giant, like rebellion against the left, and oh, they pushed us to this place, and the Charlie Kirk thing, yeah, it shouldn't have happened, but like ultimately, there's so much death that they incur on a routine basis. ICE is killing people, cops kill people, and Trump removed the database. Trump is the drone king and removed the database for how many people he was droning. These people are death cultists, enabling a genocide in Israel and enabling further genocide in Yemen. He's willing to work with Mohammed Bonesaw Salman because he's affiliated with so many fucking like firms and so much venture capital that it's okay to ignore that he hacked a journalist to pieces. These people that he was on this Middle Eastern tour with are also ghouls. It's a giant international cabal of ghouls. And that's like one of the ways that the right really loves to like fuck with things. They pretend that it's all Jews. There are some powerful Jews, sure, but you're ignoring the powerful oligarchs in Russia. You're ignoring the powerful, Middle Eastern like AI firms that he just jacked
Europeans.
off with. Yeah, you're ignoring the French establishment. You're ignoring the mob, Vatican City. You're ignoring everybody that doesn't like match your agenda. Like El Salvador is an example of how this program fails, but they have to ignore that. Millet is a corrupt motherfucker, but they have to ignore that. They have to ignore everything that makes their point less valid seeming. And that's why we have to oppose these people, because these people, like, they are creating a post-truth, anti-truth reality where reality itself does not matter and is in fact an inconvenience.
Yep. Well, I agree. The problem that we have is the silence is deafening. Again, the challenge that I have is that people that I think should know better are actually siding with these guys, and they have no idea what they're siding with.
Because their fucking think tanks told them to. Because their media apparatuses that regurgitate the think tank nonsense told them to. Did you know that, like, you probably do know this, but that Fred Koch, the billionaire behind
Koch brothers.
The Koch brothers, was the Nazi oil guy, that he was literally the biggest oil like procurement dude for Adolf Hitler himself, and that's how the Koch family got its original money.
Oh yeah, there's a lot behind the Koch family that's not what people think.
Yeah, and so like that's why the heritage of the money is what matters, and it's the thing that creates the Heritage Foundation. It's the thing that creates Project 2025 and Esther. These things are evil fascist takeovers, but as long as it's targeting the left and pissing off the wokes and angering the libs, triggering they'll just fall in line because they've been programmed to hate a very specific enemy. They're not willing to accept that maybe they're the enemy that they hate.
Well, and if you watch, like, so I was on a network called Live from America, right? LFA definitely fits the category you're talking about. And I'm no longer on it, but the point is that when I flip back on to see, after I saw, the shot of Charlie Kirk, and, people are like hoping he's going to make it. And I'm like, look, if the hospital was 10 feet away, that guy's not making it, I mean, and I think that was intentional. I'm starting to think this isn't just a used, like I was kind of in agreement with what Aaron was saying before, where this is a used, they're just using that event. But I'm thinking like the way that as gory as that was, I think they're using it to condition us that, to begin to accept that stuff more in the mainstream, that's okay, right? That's okay to show. It's okay to promote. But the real takeaway is this. I mean, the people were angry. I went on that network and watched everyone, and they were furious, just throwing like raging furious, and they have
Which
no
is
idea who did it
reasonable
yet.
to some extent, but
Which
like
is reason. Yeah, but they have no idea who did it yet, right? They don't know. They have no idea who did it, and they just assume right out of the gate that it's the left. You know what I mean?
And that it's
or
trans.
that it's this, or that what's that?
And that it's trans specifically. That was the first assumption people started to make, even though the vast majority of shooters of anyone are not trans, even though the vast majority of mass shooters are not trans. We're now supposed to believe that, oh, the trans people are such a threat to everybody, and especially our children, because they're going and doing these shootings. No, the vast majority of shootings, like of the 5,000 plus shootings that have been done, have not been trans people, but they just lie to you. They lie to they rely on people frothing at the mouth and accept it. Like, tell me what to believe. Tell me what to be angry at.
Right.
Yeah. They're rage baiting. And that's what
Rage
the algorithms.
baiting. Exactly.
X is normally bullshit, but I mean, it is, I can't even spend any time on there. It is so clearly manipulated, the algorithms at this point, just to push maximum rage.
Yes.
Well,
it's obvious.
Get ready because, you know, Larry Ellison in Paramount, his son just bought Paramount, which is now going to buy Warner Brothers. Larry Ellison just got access. Again, ByteDance owned, 100% of TikTok. Now, Andreessen Horowitz, Larry Ellison, right? Oracle, and Silver Lake, right? Silver Lake they're no angels either, right? Roger McNamee, some of the names, Aaron, but the point is there's another one that I was thinking of too. He parades himself all over the place all the time. But the point is they're going to now have control of the algorithm. They're going to not only are they going to store these videos, but they're going to have control of the algorithm. So when someone starts watching and they feed another video at you, they can just escalate you. They can rage bait you. And what are those average video? 30 seconds, 25 to 40 seconds. Within 3 minutes, they can have you rage baited and no problem at all. And they're going to control it all. And we just let it go on. It's like, we got TikTok.
And by the way, Craig, I was thinking today, I'd like to have you on maybe to do a whole show about how this alternative media is owned by, again, what you were saying about the cathedral. The new cathedral is owned entirely by these technocrats.
Yes.
And people are sitting there like, X is not free speech. Rumble is not free speech, right? It's pay to play, and the people controlling it are Howard Lutnick and JD Vance and Peter Thiel and everything else. None of this has anything to do with free speech at all. It's more sophisticated because it's done at the level of algorithms as opposed to somebody putting an editor in and having more visible control, which makes it more dangerous because it gives the illusion of freedom. We are being mass manipulated at a scale that is unprecedented.
Oh, unprecedented.
And Yarvin wanted to pretend that the cathedral was entirely leftist, but that's just it's a lie. That's another lie. The cathedral has always been primarily right wing. It's just been a flavor of it. Like, America is a center right country. A center right country, and sometimes it makes its way up into the very tippy upper right quadrant, like we are now. Like, Bush was a president for a reason, and his father was a president for a reason, and it's directly attached to what if he was honest, he would describe as the cathedral, the Skull and Bone Society. Those people are not leftists. They never have been. But these people have to pretend that the left is the real ones in charge in order to ignore the fact that they are enabling the kinds of tyranny that they claim to oppose. Like the Skull and Bone Society, like the Bilderberg Group, like all of these people are directly right-wing and explicitly right-wing. Peter Thiel is on the steering committee of the Bilderberg Group. But whenever I say anything negative about him, I have a bunch of people in my mentions saying, oh, he's a libertarian. You just don't like capitalism. You're a commie woke. I mean, I'll be a commie woke as long as it takes to get people like that out of power. These are bloodthirsty state capitalist ghouls along the lines of Mao's version of state capitalism. Like, that's the thing. The authoritarian communism has always been a lie designed to disguise the bourgeoisie in another form. The dictatorship of the proletariat was always doomed to fail. And that's why they had to remove Bakunin from the union. That's why Emma Goldman like fled. That's why so many people who actually wanted real change said, fuck this shit. And so ultimately, like they try to claim that, you know, oh, it's just the left, it's just the wokes, it's just the subversion. But ultimately, the real reality is that these people have a centralized and highly controlled version of capitalism that they have used to get their power for millennia, basically, and really highly concentrated since the Industrial Revolution. And those people that have controlled that industry and that expansion have been fundamentally rightoid. But they don't want you to think about that too hard. They don't want you to question their narratives. They just want you to act like, oh, as long as we get the wokes out of power, as long as we get the cathedral, as long as we ignore the right-wing elements of the cathedral and pretend that it's not the cathedral if I'm the one who's the key head priest. It's so asinine. It's so they demand that you ignore reality in order to come to their conclusions.
So now that we know, I mean, I think people here were probably somewhat familiar with Yarvin, but looked at through his lens and what he's been pushing. Now let's look at the news, because I just popped this up. Breaking: Donald Trump suggests that the federal government might revoke the licenses of TV networks that are, quote, against him.
Yes.
This is exactly, this is going after
To
the
the T.
cathedral.
To the
This
T.
is the use of executive power. This is fuck the courts. This is, we're just going to take it. And at the same time, I'm looking at my feed. What is trending right now? Democracy. 282,000 tweets. Literally so, I mean, of course, we can put this together and explain this. We can't, nobody will see it. But this is so clear what's happening right now. Like, this is a takeover.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh,
and look at, go ahead. Well, I was just going to say, you know, keep in mind that where was the administration? They were just in the UK pumping $10 billion into AI, right? Into a place, you know, you were talking about energy earlier, into a place that bought hook, line, and sinker into, you know, climate change and, you know, went down this pathway of wind and solar, spent tons of money, basically broke their whole system. The exchequer, I mean, Rachel Reeves, the head of the exchequer, was crying, you know, a month ago because, you know, do they oust her? Do they not oust her? Because look, they're taking away people's holidays. I mean, the people are on the verge of, you know, this is what we're talking about. You know, they're going to up the electricity to pay for these AI data centers, to make this AGI, to make these large language models, right, that just turn around and get used right back on the people. So that's just where they were, making a $10 billion investment, you know. And then we also see today, just to add one more current event in there, you know, NVIDIA just pumped $5 billion into Intel, you know, to make chips back in the U.S. I'm sure that ties in with all this stuff if we really want to break it down.
Well, now the U.S. owns 10% of Intel, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
and NVIDIA has been a giant recipient of grant money.
Huge. Yeah.
And just the thing I was going to say is, just because I have to, and because I think it's a good thing to say, if you want more of this sort of thing, use code Aaron5 on Agorist Cipher, and you can get 5% off the premium newsletter.
That is a good point. I actually need to add that back to the intro. Usually I go through and talk about this, but I have spoken about this before. There is a phenomenal paid newsletter called the Agorist Cipher that comes out once a month. And what are there, about 7 or 8 of us that write for it? And it's really high quality information on stuff that you can actually do to exit the system. So, you know, my last article, I believe my last article was on confidential layer, or maybe that was the one before, but basically how you can use confidential layer to make your Bitcoin and Ethereum private. I did another episode on fasting, which is a great way to, you know, start focusing on your health and exiting the medical death system that we have. There's a lot more in depth than that. And then I talk about pork fest and everything else, but the articles in there are great. I mean, this is truly useful information that you can apply today in your life. And I think what Jeremiah said before is the truth, that we're not going to vote our way out of this, that we can take back control of our own lives now. We don't need to ask for permission. We don't need to ask for forgiveness. We can just do it now. So that's what needs to happen. But man, people seem to think that these white knights are the way forward. It's not working.
Yep.
Yeah, well, it's working exactly as intent. Like, the system isn't broken; it's built for them, and we need to realize that ASAP. Disabusing ourselves of their notions of representation is key, and like, at, that's one of the fundamental dishonesties and hypocrisies that they need you to ignore, is that they act like, oh yeah, we hate democracy, we hate this, or and then as soon as like the opportunity presents itself, they use that very system to claim that they've got a guy on the inside and now we're doing representation. It's the fundamental death of reason and personal accountability.
Yep. It is. And so I don't know. I keep on saying that, this is urgent, and I'm not seeing any sense of urgency. I'm trying, but
Well, here's the thing, Aaron. How do we, so on Zano, I've been trying to do as much back research as I can on the things that you've done. And my thing is, how do we create a system that's small but functional? That's the key, rather than trying to get something that, is this big platform. But how do we create something that's small and functional? So it's actually like a little tiny village, that's functioning, and once it functions, then it can grow out from there, but
no, I don't think that that's the way to do it. This is why I've decided my wife and I are just going to build a healthcare and food marketplace, because from my experience, it's really hard to get enough concentration in a geographic area of people that are on board with something like this. So you could get people to stop using, you might be able to get enough people across a wide range to stop using the healthcare system and to start buying food. But to try to get, I'm in New Hampshire in the Free State Project, and it's hard to get anything done here, even in a concentrated town.
It doesn't help that your part, like Libertarian Party, is concretely responsible for a significant amount of the authoritarian right wing, like fake libertarianism that I've been talking about. Like, it's hard to get like a Free State Project in a state where the alleged Free State Project is visibly run by people who are saying, yeah, maybe Nazis have a point, and getting Nazis to sponsor their conventions.
Yeah, no, we have I think we have a Yarvin problem.
Yeah,
I think we have a Yarvin problem here. There's no doubt about that. There is, so anyway, this is to my point about why it's hard to do. But building it out isn't that difficult. We've been talking about it. I'm going to do it. I'm trying to do all these things at once, but once we get one or two examples out there, then people will see what can happen with it. But we really don't have much time. And
you're the person behind Freedom Forge, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So you can talk about that.
Yeah, so the whole point behind Freedom Forge is, one, it's a website with a bunch of just free resources to teach people how to use Zano, how to download a wallet, how to, basically start using a privacy coin, but it's also designed to incubate new projects. And so, my view of this is what these technocrats are doing and the way they're taking over control has been a two-step process. One, they've gotten us to sign away all of our rights through these click wrap agreements, which are fraudulent, in my opinion. So everything that we sign, actually, it's everything at this point. I think the average person now signs about 250 of these agreements, whether it's with your stock portfolio, your bank, or whatever. And nobody reads these. You just scroll and click accept. Well, if you actually read the agreements, you've given away your data, you've given away your economic interest in these things. What the technocrats are doing now is they're creating digital tokens that represent those fraudulent contracts. And they're being designed in a way that can be tracked, programmed, and censored by central parties. So the solution to this, so this is what they're doing with our stocks. This is what a CBDC is, what a stablecoin is. It's a tokenized form of money. We can build similar systems, parallel systems outside of their system that are private. So we can build alternative, marketplaces, everything that's being consolidated from the technocratic side can be re-envisioned and built as a decentralized private alternative. And what I'm trying to do with Freedom Forge is connect people and ideas. And I'm looking at it through the lens of threats and counters. So I'm kind of showing, all right, here's what the technocratic threat is. Here's what they're doing with money. Here's what they're going to do with healthcare. Here's what they're doing with this. Here's what we're doing with this. Here's how you could counter it by building a private tokenized version of something else. So I just launched it last week. It's still a little bit rough. I keep on, making progress on it, but I'm hoping that thousands of people start building these alternatives, because you can create an entire economy outside of the existing system. You don't need to use a bank account. You don't need to even engage in any of these centralized systems at all, which is why I'm passionate about Zano, is because of specifically my view that I think that tokenization is the way they're going to basically take everyone's shit and force technocracy down their throats.
Yeah. Well, and not to mention the fact that, like, this AI thing, it's not just, it's not just like being able to lie. It's also being able to watch all of us live. And it's like this international, highly dense connected layer of surveillance equipment and all this other stuff. And like, the more we can like just do things like that mean that we are not like being watched by that or anything else, the better. Like, and your last paid article was entirely about Freedom Forge, and like basically it seems like a system where it could be like very useful to getting people's practical hands on. So
that's right. I forgot. Confidential Layer was the article before. It's all been a little bit blurry, but yeah, that's right. I wrote it. The site wasn't entirely ready, but I'm like, by the time the article hits, the website will be at a point where, and you can sign up and join a list and view projects and everything else. And but no, it is very practical. And again, there's tremendous opportunity for people to exit the system. What I worry about the most is what I see, which is, they use these salami tactics, slice by slice. They keep on adding more surveillance. They keep on taking away more. And by the time they flip that final switch, if people are so embedded in the healthcare system, so embedded in these other things that they see that they feel like they don't have an option. You always have an option, but they feel like they don't have an option because it's just been building and building. Mm-hmm. We've got to start now building these alternatives, because they can be built, but people need to see something concrete. So in other words, if you just give them everything is bad and here's what they're going to do, but they don't see an alternative, then they're just going to become demoralized and they're going to end up just going down that path anyway. So we can stop this, but time is absolutely not on our side. And the Yarvin thing is horrifying. Everybody should understand who this guy is. People should read his quotes. I'll put together memes and everything else, but who would agree with this? Yes, there are some vocal people, frankly, oddly, on the libertarian side and on the on the right that are pushing this, but I don't think people are thinking through the implications of all of this. And I will say, it also pisses me off that this stuff, I'm so sick of Bukele being brought up as this example. And by the way, I started calling him a dictator a long time ago. And at first everybody's like, no, he's not a dictator. So this was the positioning on this. He's not a dictator. I'm like, oh, okay. So he's not rounding these people up. He didn't just implement Bitcoin in a way where he forced everybody to have a surveillance wallet. None of these things happened. And now they've gone from trying to make the argument that he's not a dictator to, oh, dictators are great. We need dictators. And here is Exhibit A as to why the US needs a dictator and why everywhere else needs a dictator. Like the narrative shift is just mind-boggling.
Well, it's not mind-boggling when you realize that they've always been doing that. They've always needed to string people along and force people onto their programs and all this other shit. Like, ultimately, they're doing this in order to finally like call us the final bitch. Like that's it. They're saying, they went from, oh, these people aren't dictators, Trump isn't a dictator, Bukele is not a dictator, Malay's not a dictator, Maloney's not a dictator, Pinochet wasn't a dictator, to they're dictators. So what? What are you gonna do about it, bitch?
Yeah, no, they are. That's true. And so many more people, I saw somebody that I know in New Hampshire that as well, who was suggesting that Thomas Massie should be a monarch. I remember him putting out a picture. He's stated that on multiple occasions. They are absolutely priming people for this idea and then rationalizing it. And by the way, the racial thing is really taking off as well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm seeing more and more of that. Well, here's an IQ chart. Here's this, here's that. Therefore, and then literally it's tied to, oh, well, slavery is the natural state of things.
Mm-hmm.
So
they have to. And that's the thing. Like they played this big game for a long time, appealing to liberal sensibilities to draw people to their side, but they never had those liberal sensibilities. It was a lie. They had the intent the whole time to finally get people forced onto the program. And so now they're coming out and out with what they've always believed. They're coming out and out with saying, yeah, you know what? We are racists. We do like Nazis. We do sympathize with the slave masters. And, the CSA was actually fine, even though it had slavery. We should roll things back to before blacks could vote, before women could vote, before, any of these people had any amount of power or social equality. They want to roll it back so that they can then reattain the throne, because they'd never wanted to abolish kings. They always wanted to take their place. It's always been like this highly calculated ploy. And the moment actual libertarians realize that, they will crush people like
Yep.
LPNH.
Yeah.
What's LPNH?
Libertarian Party of New Hampshire, overrun by Nazi filth.
Got it. So unless you guys, can I jump back to El Salvador?
Sure.
So we have Max Kaiser down there, right? And his wife, Stacey Herbert, right? Who's been appointed to this, what is it called? The El Salvador National Bitcoin Office or something like that. Like, what do you guys think about this with us sending, all these, prisoners to El Salvador, renting the jails from them, and the whole Bitcoin situation and Bukele, because I can't, initially it sounded like a great thing, right? You're like, okay, wow, they're cleaning up El Salvador. Those are the headlines you're getting. And then you kind of watch it evolve after a while, and you watch Max Kaiser's play on this and Stacey Herbert, you start wondering. And I just don't have a good take on it. Like, I don't really understand, what is this a test ground? Or what are they doing there?
I've got a very specific and very leftist answer to this, is that Auschwitz wasn't in Germany. It was in Poland. They oftentimes outsource and put their concentration camps and torture facilities in other countries that are sort of subservient to their hegemony and to their narrative, whether by conquering or by treaty. And they do it by for that purpose, because they don't have as much legal scrutiny, and you can get away with a lot more there. And so you can have more of the shock doctrine, fear factor, if you put people over there. It's the reason Abu Ghraib happened where Abu Ghraib was. It's the reason Guantanamo Bay isn't in Houston. It's because if these things were done domestically, where there were actual domestic checks and balances on the power used, they might have to say, you know what, aw shucks, we can't torture and kill people. They do this because it's easier to oppress people when your hands are legally clean of it, and when people can't file subpoenas, people can't do due process, people can't get actual closure or clearance. The only thing that they have is whether or not you're willing to bring somebody back to where the jurisdiction would actually hold you accountable. So then you just have to stymie the courts. You have to say no to them. You have to this is an example of the same kind of thing that happened with Auschwitz. It's literally a concentration camp, and it's run by funneling people from domestic concentration camps like Alligator Alcatraz, which is heavily inhumane, even to pregnant women and children. These people are monsters. They are fascist ghouls. They do not have libertarian interests at heart. And the reason they do it in these places is because these places are where they can get away with it without being held accountable at all, ever.
Well, I think that's an interesting take. I also think if you look at the ties of what's going on, so Tether, which is the largest stablecoin, which Howard Lutnick, our Commerce Secretary, his firm manages all the treasuries. Tether is now based in El Salvador. I do think that El Salvador is very much a model for these technocrats to be able to say, see, look, dictators work. I actually, and I didn't realize that until somewhat recently, because again, I actually thought, what are these guys just doing anything that they can to move the number go up? But now I think that it is much more of a coordinated effort to say, hey, look, wouldn't we be better with a Bukele? Wouldn't we be better with a dictator? Look at what's going on here. This is the preferred way of doing it. The narrative is already shifting to that. And unfortunately, more and more people are buying this. I mean, we're seeing more, you're seeing more people shift to this concept. I remember Trump in his first term, when people were celebrating the idea that there was going to be 10 days of darkness where they were going to round up all of the pedophiles, implement martial law, and then have military tribunals and execute people on closed caption TV. And people were celebrating this. They got people to cheer for martial law.
Yes. And they still have them cheering.
I still find that, yes, they're still cheering. And what Yarvin was pushing with this National Guard is now what Trump is doing.
Yes. You know, Megadeth wrote a song called Endgame. Everybody should listen to it.
I'll add that to the queue.
We'll do it. Well, and what's the play down there? Obviously, the story is the volcano and the ability to get energy, right? To be able to mine Bitcoin. That's the story, right? That's the underlying story there, and how it's turned the economy around and the economy and so forth. I have never been to El Salvador, so I have no idea. I mean, you guys have a spin on that at all? Like, what are they doing? You get Jack Mallers, who I think is an absolute punk. He's down there. Samson Mao. What's the other guy? Safadine. I can't remember his name. He's down there consulting all the time. It's just a crazy cast of characters that float through there. And it's just hard to get a read because you don't get good information on it. It's hard to dig in unless you go visit. But it's not easy to go do that. Besides, you don't get any access anyway.
Let me ask, have you read Naomi Klein's Shock Doctrine?
I haven't.
It's very good. And also, like Gross's Friendly Fascism. I always recommend those two books. You don't have to agree with all of their conclusions, but like Shock Doctrine especially informs the Pinochet regime, because basically it did the same exact thing that is being done in El Salvador. And Pinochet is the model. Like every one of these ANCAPs jacks off about the miracle of Chile, and they ignore everything that that went into place to make that happen. They ignore the roving death squads, or they just say commies aren't people, so it doesn't matter. Dehumanization and like otherization in order to like alienate these actual real human beings. And then they wonder why people become communist. It's because they look at all these ghastly, ghoulish examples of what their policies look like in action, and they're like, fuck that. And they're like, let's find the opposite of whatever the fuck you're doing. And so it ignores that this is a real human reaction to the kinds of things that they propose and promote and have done in the past, and have enabled. And it pretends that the only unethical people could possibly be on the other side. So, like, it justifies any unethical thing you could do, because then it becomes perfectly fine. It becomes ethical. It's the laundering of the soul of the people. It's the like gradual whittling away of the humanity between people. It's the kind of division tactics you have to do. And so they're doing the same thing with El Salvador, with Argentina, with all of these with Italy, with Meloni, who's a literal Mussolini fan. Like, these people have to do that. They have to pretend that the only and so they control the press, they control the universities, they control the radio, they control all of that. Pinochet did that. He busted all the unions. Like he outlawed that sort of thing, and like incurred significant physical penalties. Like they would beat the shit out of you or kill you if you were a unionist. He like outlawed rival press. He concentrated power in the hands of very specific people. And that's why it was hard to get a proper signal out of that place, because the only signal that was legal was the signal that sucked him off, until the signal just became too strong from people blowing the whistle on things like the pedophilic rape colonies and things like that. And so basically, they're doing the same things in El Salvador and all of these other sort of like little vassal countries of Western imperialism. They're doing the same kinds of things now, you know, and that's why it's hard to get a proper signal. And then couple that with the fact that all these Chicago boys like were helping Pinochet and laundering his image. And they're doing the same thing now with all of these alleged libertarians helping all of these right-wing dictatorships get away with it. And they're also doing the same thing in the US. They did the same thing with Trump, turning the LP into a wallet and mouthpiece for his like campaign. So like it's the same playbook over and over again. Like that, they're doing the same thing that they did before. They've rigged the media, they've rigged the people who could talk about it, and they've rigged the people who like allegedly would talk about it if they had the principles they claim to have. And so all of these people are bought into one of the cryptocurrencies that's like pumped out by the regimes. Like Trump's cryptos are connected to the same people that Malay's cryptos are connected to the same people, that Bukele's cryptos are connected to the same people, that it goes on and on and on. And so they're all parts of these ecosystems. And then all you've got to do is attach these like controlled opposition, limited hangout like assets to certain speakers, and you've got the entire thing controlled. That's why you're not hearing shit from the alleged libertarians, because they're bought.
Well, and it was a U.S.-backed coup, wasn't it? Pinochet, wasn't that you? Is that what you're talking about when you refer to Chicago? It was U.S.-backed coup, right?
And the CIA specifically, they backed the fuck out of Pinochet because they didn't like Allende, like violating the interests of their like already like American interests in the region. Like he was basically saying, you've expropriated and poisoned our resources and land and completely fucked over our domestic people. He was essentially saying, you know, very similar things to the kinds of nationalist sentiment that Trump is, you know, supposedly doing. He's saying we need to have an Argentina, like, sorry, not an Argentina, Chile first policy. And so like the government there was starting to be more and more communist, and it was starting to become an authoritarian communist place, not a libertarian communist like Bakunin. And so they said, well, you're going to start like, you know, taking over and nationalizing the farms and all this other stuff. We're going to coup you and completely overthrow you with the CIA's help, and then the get guidance from local, like, alleged small government thinkers. And you can find all about this in Naomi Klein's book. It's very good.
And what was the U.S.'s interest? I mean, was it, you know, copper? Was it metals? What was the U.S. interest in that? Like, why, you know, what would have been the underlying backing interest in Chile at that point? Because that was early 1970s, right?
So it's very similar to a lot of the other things at the time. The Cold War was basically a giant pissing match. And anywhere the communists seemed to be gaining power was a place where the U.S. would eventually stick their cock. And like, that's why they funded the Mujahideen with Operation Cyclone. It's why they funded the Contras. It's why they helped the Iranian terrorists. It's like anything you can do to like unsettle regions that might have a different power structure that competes with yours is necessary. And so like basically they said that, you know, Chile is getting too leftist, and also our agricultural interests in the region are starting to be subverted. We're losing supply lines. We'll lose regional access. We've got to do something about this. So they enabled the worst kinds of people because they had to, because they were starting to be outcompeted in the region by equal groups of authoritarians. And I'm not saying I love Allende. Fuck him too. But at the same time, he had the express will of more of the people than Pinochet did, which is why Pinochet had to exile, murder, torture, rape, and pedophilically assault so many of them, because that's the way you get compliance, is to make sure that they're so fundamentally scared of what you're trying to accomplish that they will fall in line to protect their family and to protect their own interests. It was evil and psychotic, but the US does it all the time. And then there's a bunch of cheap land, and the foreign interests and the IMF and the World Bank can come in and expropriate that and, you know, force in foreign investment. It's the same kind of thing that Malay is doing right now. It's the same kind of thing that Bukele did for a bit there. Like, you can, any place that offers e-citizenship is part of this program. And so generally speaking, they did it because he was violating their sacred, like, monopoly on, like, economic power in the region. The monopoly has to serve capital one way or another. We can work with a capitalist country. We can't work with them commies because it's such a fundamentally different model. So if those people start to expand and make it harder to get certain resources and maintain certain power, it makes it harder for every aspect of a capitalist government to function. They have to crush them. Yep. You damage supply lines, you damage hegemony, you damage monopoly. Everything about a state capitalist, not ANCAP necessarily, but state capitalist agenda needs to be run on the precept of total dominion, total control, and total capitalism. And anything else has to be crushed. You can't let anything else even have an experiment.
Yeah. Well, and how much of that stems back to, you know, the end of World War II, when I think it was Patton, right, who died right at the end of World War II. They basically pigeonholed him over there, you know, didn't let him come home. He was almost a guaranteed win for president. He would have spoken out. And he knew that, you know, look, we got to end things, otherwise Cold War is going to start, right?
Is he breaking up for everyone or just me?
Yeah, Craig, you're breaking up a little bit.
Okay. Let me see if I can go to some headphones here. My battery's just running low. Here we go. Is that any better?
Yeah,
potentially.
Better.
Yeah. You're saying at the end of World War II.
Yeah, at the end of World War II. So, you know, when Patton, I mean, I think he'd figured this out, that this is what was about to happen. You know, I mean, obviously, you know, we know all the stuff with, you know, the exporting of talent and stuff like that with, what's the name of it? Operation Paperclip. But Patton really figured this out, right? And so Patton knew that this was going on, and that's probably why they killed him, you know, before he could come back and talk about it. But is that where this round of this started? You know, where it was this battle between, you know, quote unquote, you know, capitalism and communism, this battle. Is that, and then it traveled, right? Then we go to South Korea, then we go down to Vietnam, and then we move around the world. Was this just part of that formation down here? Was it just another destination for these coups, you know, down in Chile? Was this why we were supporting it?
It actually started before World War II. I wrote an article for the Free Thought Project a while back, where I talked about the things that the government doesn't want you to know about Nazis. And one of the things that the government doesn't want you to know is that they were Nazis themselves. The American government and American corporations and banks were instrumental in the power of Hitler. And Hitler was practically an instrument of their design and somewhat of their purpose. And so, like, the Nazi regime was an investment. Like, you had Ford, right? You had the Koch family, you had the Bush family, you had J.P. Morgan Chase, you had IBM, you had all of these American businesses and all of these American corporate government interests. And then after World War II, they had a bunch of investments that they had made. And so they pardoned some of them. Some of them they just let escape. The Gehlen organization was an organization of former Nazi spies led by Reinhard Gehlen. And this organization of Nazi spies, they were tasked by the CIA to infiltrate, basically, I mean, you know, the nascent sort of early days of that, to infiltrate, you know, Soviet Russia, to infiltrate them and get like the information that they could. And these people sure did offer them exactly some information. Some of it was bunk, and a lot of it was time spent re-networking and finding ways to ratline people out of Germany to South America. And those people that got rat-lined out, those people eventually ended up establishing a significant amount of presence in that region, which is why you can find the occasional haul of Nazi memorabilia when a house is raided, which is why you can find a significant amount of German population down there to begin with, because literally they let the Nazis escape, a significant amount of them, some of their worst and most efficient actors, through Reinhard Gehlen. And it wasn't just that, it was also like, Paul Schaefer was a Nazi torturer and a convicted pedophile in Germany. And he would be the person who would be tasked with running Colonia Dignidad, which was the biggest torture and rape colony in Chile at the time, forcing compliance. But also all of these people would eventually go on to do things like the MK programs, not just Ultra, but every associated program. They did some experiments in Canada as well that were like too legally questionable for America. So just go up there to Maple Leaf country and you've suddenly got a lot more power. And so basically that was led by Nazis as well. You've got the NASA stuff that was led by Nazis, which formed the basis for the, surveillance state. You've got the weapons programs, which were heavily staffed and influenced by Nazis. You've got all of these Nazis that the US government says, we swear we don't ideologically align with them, but we're just hiring a bunch of them because they're just so gosh darn smart. No, they ideologically aligned with them, and Americans were plenty smart to do these things. But they were like, well, we made this investment. We don't actually disagree with you that much. That's why we're still bad to all these blacks, the trans people, the immigrants in general. We're just, Nazis, but over here. So come over here and just try to be hush about it, code switch a bit, keep a mask on, hide your power level, and we'll give you jobs. And so America was heavily influenced by that. Paul Schaefer was in Chile, and so were a bunch of other Nazis. Nazis led the first intelligence wing of NATO. Like the leader of that was literally a former Nazi. And so when you realize that it's all Nazis, it really does become clear that America never fought Germany. They just, they were trying to build new weapons. They were trying to get new toys. They were trying to silence criticism. They were trying to get political power isolated, and they didn't care how many people died in the process, because they're all ghouls. They're all fascist authoritarian ghouls that don't care how many people die and are tortured and brutally humiliatedly treated, how many of those people are scarred for life. They don't care as long as it gives them power.
Right. Well, and bringing this back to, now with Trump and Yarvin and the technocracy around Trump, what's his play on, saying, okay, I'm going to solve this war with Ukraine and Russia day one. And then, here we are day, whatever, 300 or 285 or whatever number it is. I don't know how many days it is, but you get my point, right? 9 months in or whatever it is. And so now he's saying, well, I want to stop the killing over there in Ukraine. What's the play there? Because again, if we're talking technocracy, we're talking Yarvin, we're talking, this technocracy crew travels with him everywhere he goes now. I mean, he's got him by his side all the time. So what's their play? What do you think they're up to now with that whole region?
The play is flooding the zone, and the play is maintaining and like gaining power. And so what he has to do is whittle them down to the extent that whoever wins, either one of them, he doesn't particularly care. Whoever wins will be subservient because they have to be.
Well, what about Europe? So Europe's incredibly weak. The UK, Europe, the euro is a total scam. You know what I mean? One common currency, multiple different debts. I mean, it will fail. It's just a matter of time. And so, they've always wanted access to Russia, right? Napoleonic wars, Hitler, right? They want access to the resources up there. I think they know there's a lot of resources. They can't get to it. They want to, there's talk about breaking it into 5 different regions. This to me fits with the technocracy too, right? The imperialistic part of the technocracy. What's the take on that? Like, what are your thoughts there?
And expansionism, because they have to expand. This is a fundamentally cancerous way to be. It's not self-sustaining. It relies on empire and expansionism and constantly getting more and more resources and constantly getting more and more land for whatever empire is taking over, so that they can eventually crush the empire that, there's some debt with, so that we can say, well, hey, you can keep your country, you can keep your economy, as long as we can forgive some of that debt and all the people we helped kill. It's good boyism. And it's like, they try to have as many people on leashes as possible. And Trump has been very good at keeping people on those leashes. He's been very good at keeping people good boys. And like the general gist of it is, when you have these people, like, and they're like, oh, we've got a guy on the inside. He's stopped all these wars. He's the peace president. We should give him a Nobel. As long as they're sucking him off, he'll keep giving them attaboys and acting like he's going to do something, even if he's fundamentally not. And like, that's the thing. You've got to keep stringing these people along, giving them a sense of false hope, giving them, it's like edging, but you can never let him come.
So yeah, I mean, I think that again, Trump is just is a puppet for the technocrats, and in the end, they're pushing whatever their economic agenda. I mean, what did we announce? We announced a $75 million investment in Ukraine in order to get access to lithium, graphite, and titanium.
Yes.
So literally everything that is being done through the U.S., through Trump, is being done to the benefit of the technocrats. So I don't know I would research whatever the natural resources are that the technocrats could need, and that's what the angle is.
Yes.
Well, Russia, we can't even imagine how much. We can't even almost imagine how much natural resources are across Russia, right?
Especially with the melting of the North. Like, that's the thing that most people have it's not on their scope. The North is melting. Like, global warming is real, folks. And part of the thing is that the North, like the ice to the north of Russia is melting. And one of the things that's doing is exposing resources. And another thing that it's doing is exposing a whole new shipping route. So if they can start to build ports up to the north, and if they can start to build a shipping route up to the north, they no longer have to rely on the shipping routes down here. And they no longer have to rely on the European bloc to allow certain things through. The Europeans and Americans and the NATO bloc, they lose a significant amount of their strategic power because Russia can just last them out until they can get these ports built and until this north melts a little bit more. And they've got not only a massive amount more resources from melting caps and all this other stuff, because that very much is happening, much to the chagrin of a bunch of right-wingers who pretended it wasn't. But they also get a shipping route that they can use to completely dominate the region and also directly connect people like China and North Korea in that sort of continental bloc in a way that had never been possible before. So it's not just the regional control of people like Ukraine. They only care about Crimea right now because it opens up their access to the water. They don't need Crimea after the north opens up. So they just need to last it out and build their resources and reserves. And that's one of the primary reasons the West wants them, crushed, because the West sees that as competition and potentially a way for these people to, finally get the kinds of things that they wanted during the Soviet-Afghan war and a bunch of other things, like when the U.S. was funding the Mujahideen that eventually became, Al-Qaeda, al-Nusra, ISIS, ISIL, the Taliban, and all that other stuff. They, built these people. And so they built these people and they built all this terror in the region, and they built all these regional threats and all these regional puppets. And Israel is America's largest forward operating base, controlling their arms stockpile. And, a significant amount of their military and police training is happening in Israel. And all this other stuff. They need all these puppets, and they need all this chaos in the region where the puppets are in order to consistently advance their interests to the south of Russia so that they can control that region and be the policeman of that region. And when the region up to the north of Russia starts opening up and they start building ports there, America's like, shit, we can't do anything about that. So they're trying to cut that off. They're trying to head it off at the pass. And
well, that's like Greenland, right?
Dominance. Yeah, the whole regional territory up there. It's a fascinating thing to look into if you ever start looking at that end of the sort of geopolitics there. And it made everything click into place in my conspiracy brain as soon as I heard it.
Yep.
Wow.
What about
I hadn't looked that up. I'm just looking this up now. This is a real thing.
And what about Japan? What role does Japan play? Because we're seeing really weak leadership in South Korea and Japan right now. I mean, just incredible. Shiba just completely fell apart in Japan. South Korea, we saw that coup that was a joke, right? And then obviously, I mean, North Korea is always in the mix, as a proxy. But what's your take on Japan and South Korea becoming so weak over there?
The Trilateral Commission needs an excuse to reestablish regional dominance, and so they're going to find some kind of way to strengthen those people. It's the reason they keep on agitating people in BRICS. It's the reason that they will always use China as a cudgel, as a way to say that, oh, you know what? We need to control TikTok now. We need to, stop the influence of all these Chinese billionaire firms or whatever like that. They've got to pretend that the boogeyman is constantly over there. I think that there's something really, really big and really, really nasty coming, and that one of the things that's going to happen is there's going to be an excuse for these powers to reestablish regional dominance. But there's also the plain fact of like replacement rates. If you look at the replacement rates for the common South Korean person, you'll find that they're not reproducing at rates necessary to replace, and that they might already basically be fucked. And you'll see similar things in that region in quite a few aspects. So I think what they're part of the thing is that the U.S. has long sought to dominate the region. The U.S. has long sought to basically cuck those people. World War II is an excuse to, like, America loves to say, oh, we stopped the Holocaust. Well, first off, Russia killed way more Nazis than you did. And then second off, the U.S. government, Holocaust literally just means mass burning. And so the U.S. government did a Holocaust in Japan with the 2 bombs. They did further Holocausting in Vietnam with the napalm and the Agent Orange. They did further Holocausting basically wherever they could. They even did a tiny little mini Holocaust in Philadelphia, like bombing their own people because they were too black. And so basically, when you end up with this mentality, when you end up with these sorts of people, you end up with this sort of idea that, we can get away with it as long as it's what we're doing. And so Japan has already had to fundamentally alter the way their culture operates in order to, work with the American government. And the American government knows this. So I think part of what's going to happen is they're going to give Japan a significant amount more power, as long as they're willing to help with these regional conflicts. They've been waiting for them to be weak enough that they have no negotiating power. And they're just like, here, we'll give you a little bit more power as long as you give us real sweetheart deals on enough tech that we can do really well in this coming bloody battle. Like, they want rivers of blood and years of darkness. They are death cultist immortalists for the human sacrifice machine.
Well, we just saw that, right? Japan gave what, $550 billion? A blank check to the U.S. I mean, you're spot on, right? That's exactly what they did. I mean, got so weak, they've now got to give the money, and now they're blank check to do whatever they want with it, spend it wherever they want.
Capital capitulation, yo.
Yeah. Well, it makes sense because we're seeing all these trade deals, all the tariffs. And now when you really start putting it in that context, I mean, it's still through the same lens, but it's just a little bit from a different angle. You know what I mean? You're still right. I mean, that makes a lot of sense when you say that. So.
Yeah, that's one thing you get from me, and like I also write like this in the Agorist cipher. Like, you get the perspective of we're all gonna die, and it's very much worse than anybody wants to believe. You get a very doomer perspective on the world.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, when you say something really bad's gonna happen, there's a guy that Aaron and I both follow. I don't know if you've ever heard of him, Martin Armstrong. Not totally buying into some of the stuff he does, but I've watched some of his work, and he is doing something. I do stuff with harmonics, right? So I buy into that because I know how well the harmonics can work. He does stuff with cycles, and he says that basically Ukraine just goes like a heart rate monitor, goes flatline, so is there going to be some sort of are they going to unleash a dirty bomb? I mean, when you say something really bad, I mean, I can't help but ask what that could be, in your mind.
Biological, technocratic, assassin-based proxy, cyber war, any number of other things. Like they could just unleash a nasty computer virus that takes down a significant amount of medical infrastructure, like political, banking, whatever. And then they could say that because of this cyber attack that we have now, we now need to acquiesce to a bunch of cyber like surveillance, and now you can't have private anything, and we need to usher like this surveillance state onto the thing. And because of this cyber attack, it also resulted in a bunch of other actual like real world terror attacks. And now we've got a terror watch list that's also affiliated with the cyber watch list. And we've got to see your wallet and your transactions and your person, and we've got to see which church you go to, what the last time you took a shit. Like the general gist of it is like we're seeing the rise of like trigger point culture, where they just need to like pop certain things off in order to get their whole machine running and keep it running. And so, like Steve Bannon said, it's about flooding the zone. It's about making sure that you have these people on your like wrapped around your finger, and so that you can yank that leash. And once they do that, they can just start like having these major cataclysmic events. They can, engage another like pandemic. They can, engage, a military incursion in whatever country they want. They can like have some sort of like EMP go off in the atmosphere that disrupts tech. And they're like, oh, it was them, and it wasn't actually them. They can do any number of other things, but I think the primary vector is going to be cyber attacks, and that they're going to say, oh yeah, you know what? Also, this is why we need the AI infrastructure, because we had a great initiative and we used AI to scrape all these databases and look up all these things. And that's how we caught them. It's like they're going to try and make excuses for their technological power by using the technology in order to enforce technological supremacy and hegemony. And they need to do that by engaging certain things. So expect certain attacks. I'm not going to say which types they're going to be, but expect them to primarily affect infrastructural elements, healthcare, banking, and other cybersecurity data centers, et cetera, and then expect them to be like, oh yeah, you know what? We need to rally around the flag because this killed so many people. Look at all the devastation. We live in a cyber world that needs cyber control.
Yeah, I think you can, if you're going to try to game this out, just try to guess whatever will maximize their ability to add surveillance and technocratic control. And in fact, even if you look at, I'm just scanning through here and looking what's going on with this Charlie Kirk thing. I mean, they are really trying to make this about division. And what are we talking about now? Drones and AI surveillance at political events? Like right out of the bat, this is right out of the gates. This is where we're going. We're going towards laws against, quote, hate speech. We're going towards adding surveillance. And this isn't even a dirty bomb. This is, I mean, it's a horrible thing, the assassination, but at the same time, they're taking that one thing. And then I'm just looking at my feed. It's just maximum division right now.
But we need this tyranny because otherwise we would get communism, which is tyranny.
Yep. It is crazy to watch this. This is, I mean, I'm glad I haven't been looking at X, but I mean, all of it is, trying to. Well, then what did Rubio do? Rubio put in some of this anti-Semitism stuff. I mean, again,
he's such a ghoul.
Huh?
Rubio's such a ghoul.
Oh yeah, he absolutely is. He absolutely is. So I mean, they're adding this stuff now, but so whatever is going to happen overseas, it will be to the maximum benefit of surveillance in the technocracy, and you can just start gaming that out.
Yep. So you need to keep the people divided. You need to say that communism is the real enemy. You need to say Antifa and furries are a terrorist organization. You need to say that, the left is fundamentally indoctrinating people. Ignore all the indoctrination we're doing. You need to do all of this stuff. You need to keep the zone flooded and keep your side seeming like the squeaky clean people that they never were. And ignore and lie about as much history as possible in order to confer that point.
That is happening. I mean, I hate to say it, but that is happening, right? Think about it. This stuff, even digital ID, fine. Real ID is fine because if we have to stop immigration. So now real ID is fine. We have to secure our real ID is great. Backdoor CBDCs, no problem, right? This is something that we need for. David Sachs said, well, we need to do it safely and make sure that we comply. And no one put up any resistance at all, not any resistance whatsoever. And so now it's just getting worse. And they are following this Yarvin playbook. The playbook is, well, Trump needs to consolidate more power because this has just gotten out of control. So now it's okay if he threatens to pull the licenses of just media outlets that attack him. Do you know how absurd that is? Weren't these people, the MAGA people, the ones that were talking about the importance of free speech? And truly, it was bad, right? I mean, Twitter was bad, and all of the censorship industrial complex.
I got banned for 1.5 years from Twitter.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
That's insane. Now we're just shadow banned, but now it's perfectly okay. Now we're going to cheer on pulling licenses and hate speech laws and adding surveillance. There's not a bit of resistance to it. Think about that.
And this is the kind of thing I've been warning people about for years, but so many right libertarians were just like, no, you're woke, you're compromised, we should throw you out of a helicopter. You know, it's been that mentality this whole time. They've just got these knee-jerk defenses because they're unwilling to see how their side could possibly do anything wrong. That's why SEK3, Samuel Edward Konkin, in New Libertarian Manifesto, called the Libertarian Party an attack on libertarianism, because he said accurately that the Libertarian Party itself was a compromise on principle and was like fundamentally going to like alienate real libertarians. And like be used by the right to water down their messages. And he said it was already happening with the Koch brothers, and that's why they kicked out Rothbard from the Cato Institute he co-founded. And like that's, you know, it's been like this the whole time. And so then Rothbard swung hard opposite of that and did this paleo strategy where he sucked off David Duke and Pat Buchanan. And then like the libertarian right suddenly had to switch over to that. And Lou Rockwell and his weird obsessions with certain race politics and, you know, anti-left crusade. Like, it's been like this for decades, and people just haven't been willing to pick up the sticks and look at the patterns and watch what's actually happening. Like, they're way too interested in acting libertarian than actually rigorously being libertarian.
Yep.
So
perhaps the right libertarians or the actual woke ones continuing to vote their hearts out.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, remember, I did warn you that this would be a weird rant, but I hope it's been at least, you know, reasonable.
No, it's fine. I mean, this is good. These are all great. These are very valid points. And frankly, at this point, people need to start looking at this. I knew Yarvin was bad, but I didn't realize how bad, and I didn't realize how impactful he was. And now I'm like, okay, this has infiltrated the Libertarian Party. It's infiltrated the Republican Party. It is now the dominant driving philosophy of not only the administration, but I'm looking at my feed and everybody's hopping on. Most people unsuspectingly, they don't know what Yarvin is saying behind the scenes. They don't know the ideology behind it, but it's working. They have orchestrated this.
Yeah, well, you know, to speak on the woke part, you know, these people love to say that they hate identity politics and they hate the wokes, but, you know, that's why we have to support the straight white Christian, non-trans, non-furry, non-left agenda, and we have to push for a, you know, capitalist paleo covenant, you know, etc. Insert buzzword. And these people love identity politics. They just don't want theirs to lose.
Yep.
That's right.
That is true. I actually watched just out of entertainment, but I think he's going to have an increasingly influential Nick Fuentes. If you ever watch what...
Yeah, he's a Nazi and a pedophile too.
Was he a pedophile?
Yeah, he had this entire like weird little drooling rant on how he wants a pure, innocent, untouched 16-year-old wife when he's 30.
Well, so I mean, one of the clips that I saw from him recently was saying what you just said, that it's important that we win. That is the single most important thing, and even framing it as, well, you know, if they won, you know, you don't think that they would try to, you know, negotiate with us or find some kind of settlement. So now it's turned into an us versus them debate. This is entirely what it is, and people and the right is hardening on, okay, well now, you know, and they're using this is now a turning point, and then we need to win.
Mm-hmm.
at all costs. That is a popular part of the narrative right now.
They went from saying by any means necessary is an evil leftist slogan to admitting that's what they always actually meant. Because if this sort of incident, if one dead person on the right basically can completely change your entire modus operandi, the Democratic politicians in Minnesota that got assassinated by a right-winger should have been the turning point for Democrats. They should have gone complete Che Guevara. They didn't, because they have exhibited more restraint and more reason and more liberty than the Republicans have. If you're being out-restrainted, maturitied by the Democrats, don't claim to be the adults in the room.
Well, it's an interesting point. I hadn't thought about that, but yep.
Yeah. Anyway.
Well, I think one of the most concerning thing was when you were going through the Curtis Yarvin stuff is when you played the dark MAGA thing from Musk. I mean, it's almost like spot on, right? I mean, it's just like, if you had any question about Musk after that, I mean, he's playing right off the Curtis Yarvin playbook, right? I mean, is there any question?
Well, what did people think that was? Oh, it was like, oh, it's just dark mode for his shirt?
Well, I didn't know.
And hat?
Yeah, I didn't know. I just heard it and I'm like, that's weird. Right now it makes sense. Right now you're like, oh. Sense.
So the whole thing was bullshit. So the whole thing was he supported Trump. He went out and campaigned, but drawing significant attention to himself, starting to plant the seeds of this dark MAGA, whatever that means. And then I don't even think he had any expectation that DOGE was going to be successful.
I think you're right.
This whole thing has been about further positioning JD Vance. And I tweeted this in July. I said, the America's Party is not actually a thing. Watch, Musk is going to endorse JD Vance. Why? Because he's the technocrat. He is the guy that even Yarvin has said, this is the guy they actually want to be the monarch. They're grooming this guy for this. And it's 100% happening right in front of our eyes. So when I see JD Vance go on the Charlie Kirk show, I'm like, they're here. This is so incredibly well manipulated. Just like Vance going from being a never Trumper to being the his running mate in like 3 steps. The amount of mental gymnastics required to make that happen, like the ability to rehab someone's identity that quickly, is pretty breathtaking. And now he's got the Charlie Kirk crowd, right?
Yep.
He's unstoppable at this point.
Well, don't forget, he was the one that escorted his body too, right? JD Vance escorted his body home to Arizona. You can't make it up. You really can't make
on
this stuff
Air
up.
Force fucking 2.
Yeah. Yep. You can't make it up. How do you grab Charlie Kirk's audience? There you go. Step 1, step 2. You can't make it up.
And by the way, you can watch the thing. About 1 million followers gained since he died on Twitter. Wow. I was just like, this is just such an overwhelming image of evil. When I saw a notification, Charlie Kirk is live. I mean, like, what? He is? Really? Is he live? No, actually just his account is, because they're puppeteering his corpse.
Yep. Yeah, no, this whole thing is a construction.
Immortalist death cultists. People should remember that phrase. They want to live forever, and they want to use these assets until they dry.
So I mean, look, we're going to be able to look at the news stories from this lens, and then things are actually going to start to make sense. Things actually make sense when you look at this now. Now, of course, knowing this I'm not even sure that helps to stop it, but at least it's clear what's going on now.
Which is something, hey, for your audience, feel free. Insanity is free on Twitter and various other places, and you can get access to the terrible person most people won't even have on. So this is why I'm an asshole, but I don't think I'm wrong.
No, I've learned a lot. I mean, I'd like to stay connected with you because I think, your geopolitical grasp and the whole big picture, very few people have that picture, I think. And you know, who can go from Japan to El Salvador to, you know, Chile to Russia to the northern, you know, pathways opening up, the northern ports. I mean, it's pretty impressive, and tie it together back to the technocracy. And that's the big thing, I think, Aaron, is, you know, as we put together this technocracy map, all this stuff's important to keep in mind, you know, because it makes it's a compelling case in my mind. And this is pretty compelling case for people. It's just a matter how do you get in front of people if you're going to be shadow banned and you're not going to get more than 50 views or 500 views or 5,000 views. How do you get the word out? It's pretty concerning, you know, but.
And just gonna say, I wouldn't be here in this mentality without people like Truth Stream Media. So I want to shout them out.
Yeah, I like Truth Stream Media as well. Yeah, great stuff. Yeah, I mean, we need to amplify all of this information. My favorite is that Truth Stream documentary that's, what is it, like almost 3 hours long on...
4. Yeah, The Minds of Men. It's fantastic.
The Minds of Men. That is one of the most incredible, well put together documentaries, and I recommend that to absolutely everyone.
Do you want to be shakingly angry about how the government discovered how to mind control you? Well, hey, this is how. They're manipulating you. They're keeping you shocked. They're keeping you angry and afraid and stirred up, because what they found out is that if they traumatize you and remove enough of your points of reference, they can control your mind. They can wipe stuff away that was there before, and they can program in new behavior. And the mass media apparatus that they've got so many people plugged into is designed to do just that. The Nazi machine, the Nazi mind control machine, is running from the cable networks and from the internet companies that parrot their message, and from all of these like alternative people that are basically not alternative at all. Those people that, you know, oh, we're covering the things that the mainstream media won't say, and then they're fucking linked to Forbes. Like their article is like, oh yeah, this is a Fox News link that we regurgitated, but we're alternative. You know, it's like, no, you're not. And so they keep these people. They have this entire network of like mainstream but not like by label people on board, and they control the internet, they control the algorithms, they control your mind. Because if they can keep you constantly upset, shove things like the Charlie Kirk bleeding out video in front of you, get you nice and angry and frothing and agitated at those guys, and pretend that this isn't the daily reality every single second for people in Gaza, that people like Charlie Kirk laundered for fucking years. Like acting like violence isn't the norm, acting like this isn't something everybody is always doing, acting like your hands were clean and that everything was hunky-dory until that guy got on the roof and Googled some gay furry porn once. You know, like this is the mentality that these people want you to have, that as long as like you follow their program that they constantly scare you into following, as long as you're a good boy, you won't get beat. But plenty of abused dogs know the difference.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
You do not have a man on the inside. You do not have anyone on the inside. You are on a leash.
That is absolutely true. We have nothing, no one. No one's going to help us. No one is going to save us. That is true. And people, I mean, I try to outline the technocracy and what's pushing this. I spent a lot of time in politics, and a couple episodes ago, we had issues with the internet connection, but my wife and I are going to do a more expanded one where I'm just going to show you definitively there is no point in voting. I mean, I can show how it works from the inside and why it's absolutely pointless. And people just don't know. I mean, because people have been indoctrinated through whatever they learn about it in school or however it is portrayed in the media or entertainment. But elections,
or they cheer it on, like gerrymandering. They've got so many.
Oh my God,
we're gonna gerrymander so much harder than you. We're gonna gerrymander your gerrymander hole right there. We're gonna dilate that hole.
Yep. Yeah, no, that is the new thing. It's competitive gerrymandering. I mean, the whole thing is just absurd when you look at it. But the tough thing is there are some people that woke up with COVID but they're not waking up fast enough. Because they're like, oh, this is government's not what I think it is. It must be just this particular group of bad people that happened right around 2020. But if we get rid of those people and we bring in our people, everything's going to be fine. And that is not the case. This is a systemic problem. You've just been awoken to a small part of it. And so the problem is there are people like, oh, well, we're finally getting to the truth. It's like, you're not even scratching the surface of the truth. There's a train running over us right now. And you're like, forensically examining things from 5 years ago. And the problem is they're moving much more quickly than we're realizing truth.
And Trump hired that administration. Trump hired Fauci. Trump did Operation Warp Speed with Fauci. Trump was saying mask wearing is patriotic. Trump was saying, 2 minutes to stop the spread, and then it became 2 decades to stop the spread. Trump was doing that. Trump is the architect of the lockdowns. Trump is the architect of the COVID response. Biden was following the program of Trump, acting like getting rid of Biden is somehow going to solve everything, and Biden's administration, and arrest Fauci, then arrest Trump, you sycophantic cuck.
Well, what we do know is this is crazy. I don't know if you guys know this, but Ken Griffin of Citadel, right? You know the name Citadel, huge, market maker, big fund. Those two named Warp Speed, right? That's admitted. They named Warp Speed together, so, Fauci goes back to the Reagan days, right? Reagan, he came in during Reagan, but again, he and Birx, those two, pretty much duped, they duped us all is what they tried to, right? They tried to dupe the world. I just think they're still selling that, you guys. I listen to it all the time. They still sell it. The financial media, that's where I spend a lot of my time, just sitting there shaking my head, laughing at Bloomberg and CNBC and all these people. 90% of it, I just shake my head constantly. But, they'll come on there and they'll say, yeah, even like, what's his name? Rick Reeder, right? The fixed income guy that's now taking a better role at BlackRock underneath Larry Fink. He says stuff like, that was a once in 100-year pandemic. They all sell it. They know better. These guys 100% know better, but they sit up there. They're all, how do you make that many pawns in the whole thing? How do you get all these people to participate?
Money.
It's amazing.
Money, position.
Yeah.
We'll give you a nice big seat at the table, let you have a nice big house, let you have a nice big car collection, we'll let you live like kings, but as long as you're on the program. It's the same thing Putin does with oligarchs. As long as you accept the leash, we'll give you a little bit more slack than the common person.
But how do you, at some point, doesn't someone just cave and you can't live with yourself? I guess those are the ones that end up jumping out of the buildings, right? They're the ones that...
Yep.
Think about how rare it is. Think about how rare it is to find somebody that's willing to speak the truth. How many people, I'm going to take the shot just to keep my job. But a term that I just heard last week by Toby Rogers is epimistic capture, or epistemic capture.
Yeah.
It's the idea that, like, if in the case of pharma, the people that are in it don't even realize, because literally the medical curriculum was paid for by big pharma. The licensing is paid for by big pharma. The trials are paid for by big pharma. So you actually have people that have lived their entire lives thinking, oh, I went to school, I got this certification, I went through all these steps, I did all the right things, I'm highly compliant, I'm one of the good guys, because it would never occur to them that the entirety of their field is captured.
Fascist Prussian model systeming.
Yep.
And that's happened. And that's happened in education. That's happened in so many disciplines. So most people just have no idea. They actually think they're doing the right thing. Or another way I've heard that's called is organized incompetence, where you have the people at the top know what's going on, but because you have this hierarchical structure where, there's more licensing or whatever as you go throughout the whole process. So most people just are never even remotely exposed to the information at all. And it works. And the problem is, I've thought about it a lot. It's like, all right, even knowing how it works, how do you stop it? This is how people get into the position of, well, I trust the experts. I trust this. My doctor couldn't have been wrong.
Well, you stop it by getting enough people invested and interested in doing the alternative. Like, so many people in these alt media spaces, they claim that they want to, fight the regime or, do whatever the thing is. And then they will just back somebody as soon as that person starts sucking them off enough. They will listen to an ex-Secret Service obvious Fed like Dan Bongino after his specifically, honeypotted system like Parler was an obvious honeypot designed to entrap people on January 6th. They will listen to him say that the Epstein files are fake, and they will believe him because so many of these people are bought. And they'll act like they support libertarian causes and we want the alt media to blah, blah, blah. And then they'll put in like thousands of dollars to Trump coin and $0 into alt media. They won't support your show. They won't, go buy an Agorist Cypher subscription. They won't, support my Patreon. They won't do anything like that because they're too busy funding the media machine that they claim to oppose. And like, then all the people in charge need to do is become part of that capture. Like, there's this entire like empire affiliated with these people, and this entire like scam product thing. And like, let me see if I can find specifically what it is, because like it is. I wrote this entire thread on this thing. It's wellness. So it's this sort of essentially giant scam thing, and whatever they say is designed to sell their products. The wellness company.
Oh yeah,
Is this? It's fraud. It's we're going to charge you thousands of dollars a month for vitamins, and we're going to charge you, all this money. We're going to hyper fund specific studies that say that you're being poisoned by various things, regardless of whether or not like that's true. We're going to put in a preprint, and before it even reaches peer review, we're going to reach so many different bloggers and vloggers and TikTokers who are willing to parrot this preprint as though it's actual proven truth. And then all of these people will parrot this narrative to the degree that if you like start to like question one of them, they will all be like, oh, well, yeah, but you're a scammer. Like Dr. Oz is a wellness company shill. Like if you watch his show, all of these like people on all of these like uncensored things, all their like networks will blah, blah, blah. They've all got their like, pseudoscience peddling bullshit. They have this network and they're just directly connected to these products, and they're trying to sell these products to you. They're trying to sell you highly like, overpriced vitamins and first aid and diets and dog food and all this other stuff to reverse your aging and heal your molecules from COVID and all this other stuff. And it's lies. Like, and some of it is like directly pulled and all this other stuff. And it's like, when you end up with this mentality, you end up with these circle jerk narratives. And that's just one scam network. The YouTube sponsor like pipeline, the mentality of if you give us money, we'll say what you want. BetterHelp was like, scamming people and also directly selling their data, and, supporting government efforts to crack down on certain mental illness. All these different partners. How you do it is you give them money to get them involved in a network, and then you restrict that money if they fall out of line. So all these people that are on all of these alleged alt media things are actually just mouthpieces for various rightoid organizations, and they're paid to be so. So people need to stop thinking that the mainstream is like such a narrow tip of the iceberg. They need to stop thinking that the mainstream is something that's so highly specialized and, very specifically like MSNBC, CNN, all of these like, and then they call those people leftists, even though they're anything but. And they need to start realizing that it's all captured and that very few people are actually alternative. And at that point, they might actually start to put their money and actions and policies and power behind real people who are actually alternative, rather than supporting the next Russell Brand or the next, Jimmy Dore to like do some sort of, song and dance for the Republican establishment and then act like they're liberals or leftists or whatever the thing. Like, it's all a show.
No, that is true. That you can actually follow the money. And I've seen a lot of write-ups about these particular, whether it's the wellness company or whatever, that come in and they just buy this stuff up, and they buy this media influence right away. But I was going to say one other thing, because you mentioned Parler when you mentioned Don, the primary funding source for Parler. This is why we should do an episode on this, Craig, because did you know that the leading donor behind Parler is Rebecca Mercer, who also is the leading backer of Breitbart and literally wrote J.D. Vance's book, Hillbilly Elegy. So Parler is controlled by her. You have Rumble, which is controlled by Vance and Thiel. You have Truth Social, which is controlled by Trump. This is not alternative media. Think about it this: if Bill Clinton or Barack Obama owned a news network, what would people be saying? Right? Okay, you don't like Ted Turner, right? Ted Turner and CNN, and he's obviously a lefty, and he's donating $100 million to WHO and everything, and he's obviously nuts. But we're okay with the sitting president and vice president of the United States owning media networks that are claiming to be based on truth and not based on censorship. I'm telling you, we can map out all of these platforms. All of these platforms are bullshit. All of it, I mean, as you know, and as I know we're going to discuss further, I mean, the traffic on Rumble, none of these things have organic traffic associated with them. These are all algorithmically driven. I don't know if it's pay to play or what the dynamic is, but it's controlled from the top down, but it's given the illusion that it is about choice, and it's the illusion that it's about freedom, and none of it is. And this is why we're even more trapped. We used to have 3 networks, right? CBS, ABC, NBC. And that wasn't a lot of choice, and they pumped out a lot of the same narrative. And then people thought all of a sudden, oh, we have cable TV, so now we have choice. And that wasn't choice. It was a polarity contest as to who's going to sell. We're going to sell these, pillows to this group. We're going to sell other bullshit to this group. But the content, at no point in time was anybody focused on truth at all. We just had more flavors of bullshit, and it's worse now. It is absolutely worse now. And there are people like, oh, I'm glad we survived COVID, and now we have free speech. I mean, the amount of brainwashing required to believe that is impressive.
And like, Rumble is an interesting thing to bring up. Like, I'm assuming that you're about to want to book, because it's like nearly 4 hours. But like, Rumble's an interesting case, because I don't know if this is still the policy, but for a long time there, in order to appear in search, you had to sign an exclusivity agreement. And so what happened was you had a bunch of people, like, in order to be baseline relevant and recommended by the algorithm or visible in search or any of that other stuff, you had to be like, this is exclusively on Rumble, and like give them like lead time between like certain actions you were doing. You had to give them like certain exclusivity over your content. And when you play it like that, basically there's going to be a whole lot of people on your ecosystem, and then all you have to do is make sure that ecosystem almost exclusively serves the right. And then those people will offer exclusivity to a pipeline to the right. And people like this will cheer for the next president and the next administration and the next establishment and the next Pentagon having the biggest military budget in history ever.
Yep.
Yeah. No, here were some of these exclusives: Steven Crowder, Donald Trump Jr., the Quartering, the Republican National Committee, and Glenn Greenwald.
Yes. So don't be surprised when these people are mouthpieces. They kind of have to be to compete in that infrastructure. You're not going to find leftists with nearly the pull of like the smaller rightists there, because it's a controlled, captured narrative environment.
Yep. Well, I've seen it from the inside, and I know there's pay to play. I heard it. I saw it. I've seen it. I know it goes on. It goes on at the middle tier, and it goes on at the high level tier too. I mean, Rumble has no control over their producers because they're taking payouts from the outside, and they're running whatever someone, if they know somebody, they're like, oh yeah, you slide me $1,000 a month or 2,000, whatever the number is, and I'll run your show. I'll get you featured. But it happens at the higher level too. It's clearly going on, and I've confirmed it multiple places too. you know, with some of the big players. You know, people are getting 50,000 live eyeballs, 100,000. You know, they're the ones you see. They're getting 300,000 views. You know.
Yeah, and it's not to say that it's exclusively on Rumble either. Like YouTube had the tenant media Russia problem.
Yep.
Like the fact that people still make excuses for the fact that the Russian government was funding Tim Pool and his entire operation is so fucking asinine. And when you look at it from that perspective, foreign influence, foreign actors being willing to do that for a very specific purpose because those people were running a literal show called The Culture War. If you can run, if you can fund, if you can dictate the terms for the culture war of a foreign country, that's power. That's the reason the US did the Cold War forever.
Yep.
So acting like they aren't captured, acting like there's some neutral third party because Tim Pool occasionally jacks off about the same right-wing thing you do, like these people have like a fucking Charlie Kirk Dakimakura, and they are not telling anybody about it. Now, for those who aren't terminally online, that's a body pillow that has an image on it.
There you go. That's a new one.
A Dakimakura?
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
You have to avoid being captured. You have to avoid the good boys. You have to be a bad boy.
Yeah, well, no problem there. It's just hard. We're not going to get a lot of reach, but it is what it is. But this is why I got to say, I got to plug. Go to the AaronDayShow.com. We've got 4 comments in there today. I'm going to start pushing people towards this. I'm going to put these videos on IPFS, and because I don't think that talking about Curtis Yarvin and talking about this stuff is going to be hazardous for reach, but it has to be talked about. So
yeah,
I think it's a matter of time before this gets kind of completely shadow banned. But nevertheless, I'm not going to stop. But I do need people to start moving over there and moving the discussion over there, because I mean, based on if I see what's happening today versus the last few weeks, I mean, we're down like 80-90%. And I market. I mean, I sent around a lot of links. I know other people send around a lot of links, so I can't even post to Facebook groups now. So I'm already in kind of some purgatory. I don't even know what it is on Facebook. So
it doesn't take long.
So yeah, it doesn't take long, but we got to get this word out, because this is just swallowing us up. So
yeah. Well, hey, you know, with any luck for the right-wing establishment, they'll declare furries a terrorist organization, and they can get rid of me immediately.
Yep. There you go. Well, actually, this is funny. So to tell you how shadow banned, so I streamed this. I just took one of my old accounts on X that has 390 followers, and I'm streaming it there, and then I'm streaming it on this channel, and I'm getting an equal amount of viewers. So 47,000 versus 390, and it's the same number of views. My account is absolutely just destroyed. And there was a period of time where Musk let go. He actually said what they did was they're counting how many people block you and mute you into your reach. And I've been blocked by a lot of people and muted by a lot of people. They took that off for a while, and then all of a sudden I had posts that were getting like 500,000, I had one that got 1.5 million views, and then he shut that off again, and then boom. And then now this is some other new level of hell. So anyway, go to the AaronDayShow.com, and we'll continue to try to do everything we can to get the word out. All right. Well, it has been a little over 4 hours here. I appreciate both of you coming on tonight, and I thought this was a great conversation. Actually, I learned a lot today. So,
my weird schizo spew had an effect.
No, it was good. It was very good.
Yeah, good stuff. Thanks,
I hope a lot. I'll make some clips from this, but I hope a lot of people listen to this, because this kind of information doesn't get out there, and it's important, and it's a great perspective.
Mm.
All right. Anything else before we head out?
Don't let them pit you against the next target. Realize that they were always the target, and realize that it's not some Antifa, trans, black, immigrant, whatever thing. It's them, and it will always be them until we smash the state.
Yep.
Very good.
Very good.
Awesome.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys. All right. Talk to you soon. Bye. I'm going to play a song on the way out.
Praised by red stars, fed the light. Now he crowns kings to watch us die. Diplomat blood, betrayal, seed, turning power into creed. From cradle fire to gilded cage.